Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, February the 10th. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Liko Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Going to urgent additions or an approval of the agenda. First, looking to council. Are there any additions to the agenda being requested from council? Any from administration? None. Can I have the motion to approve the agenda, please? Can I have a councillor to approve the agenda, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the council approve the February 10th, 2026 regular meeting of agenda as presented.
Comments, questions? Thank you. Can I get you to restate the motion, please, Councillor Randhawa?
Please turn off the mic.
Oh, it's all right. I got you. There you go.
Thank you, sure, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the February 10th, 2026 regular meeting of council agenda as presented.
Comments, questions of council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Looking to council, I don't have any here this morning, but looking to council if they have anything for a moment of reflection. Seeing none, going to public input. For public input, we have one person on here. So just before you come up, and just so we're aware, public input has to do with something that's on the agenda, but is not about public hearing. So public hearing item has closed, but there is opportunity to speak to something that is on the agenda. And so with that, we have Mr. Sukhdeep Dhaliwal, who has signed up for public input. And just a reminder, that has been an item that's on the agenda, and that it is a 5-minute time limit on the speaking. So good morning. Which item on the agenda are you speaking to?
The murals, in reference to the murals second reading. I know just a general information. I want to reiterate what the public input is, if you can take it in for comments.
Sure.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and members of council and administration through the CEO. I understand the murals area structure plan is on today's agenda for a second reading. We wish to express our full support for the proposed murals ASB and respectfully request that the following items be reviewed and addressed as part of the approval process. Item 1, lift station 13 capacity. We request that the lift station 13 currently being constructed, I think it's lift 13, if I'm incorrect with the number, that it's in relation to the lift station being built in the murals ASB. Currently being constructed with the murals ASB be designed with the capability to accommodate a septic drop-off facility. This function is necessary service to surrounding acreage communities and would also represent a potential long-term revenue source for the city. Second item, servicing for the east acreages. East acreages have long-awaited access to municipal servicing. Given that the Mural ASB will provide excess servicing capacity, we respectfully request that the excess capacity be reserved exclusively for the east acreages areas to address these long-standing needs. We further request that the approved bylaw include clear language reflecting the above considerations to ensure that they are formally recognized and implemented. And I just want to add also in reference to our lands that I spoke last meeting, and it includes the lands for the murals. I had requested that our lands were frozen, but I have not, and administration had stated that the lands were not frozen. We've provided some evidence in reference to that, and we're just wondering if you haven't received any response to say what the council's official decision is in that, or view is in that regard. And that's it for me.
Great thing. I think to directly answer your question, there has been a response. We've been very clear in our response is that this project continues to progress forward. Our administration and our council is working on it. Council does not make an official response via email. Council makes official responses via resolution at a council meeting. So we would need to have a item on the agenda, and council's official response again comes via resolution at a council meeting.
Okay. Who will raise that? I guess. Will that be
Agenda prep process is done through administration with Ledge Services, the Director of Strategic Planning, CAO, and myself. All of council was invited to attend agenda prep. At times we have some councillors there, sometimes not, but that's generally the agenda prep process, and then that agendas are set 4 meetings out, essentially.
Does public have any input into
Agenda prep?
any items on the agenda?
Public does not have input as to what goes onto an agenda, no.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to, to accept for information. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. I move that council accept the public input regarding the mural outline plan for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to item 5.1, awards proclamations, G's letter, government for of Alberta funding. So I just want to clarify something. There is actually a second copy of this letter that has been done. So there was a letter that was in our original agenda package. Just some clarity that if the mayor is writing something on behalf of the mayor can do that in his or her official capacity. So mayors have the ability to go and write a letter, send a letter, and offer support from their titled position. However, if it is going out on behalf of the city, if the mayor is speaking on behalf of the city, even though within our procedural bylaw and within the MGA, the mayor is the spokesperson for the city. If we are sending a letter of support for an item, then it is best practice to have all of council involved and then have a council resolution. As was just explained, council acts by resolution. And so there's a small change that's been made in the letter, and the small change has to do with that this letter is coming on behalf of the city of Chestermere and behalf of all of our council, just offering our support for Alberta funding from the government of Alberta for some programming, and this will also assist other programs within the city of Chestermere. So I'm just looking for a resolution from council. Was the letter updated online as to the one that we were sending? I'm looking to Ledge Services, so through the CEO to Ledge Services. Ms. White?
The letter has not to Your Worship, the letter has not been updated online. If council wishes for us to adjust the agenda, we can do that, but we can't amend the agenda once it's been posted. We would need support of council.
Well, thank you. I would suggest that should this resolution pass, if we could just have that updated, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Councillor Schindler.
Oh, I'm going to read the motion.
Oh, great. Thank you. Can I have the motion, please, to approve the letter? Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I move that council authorize the mayor to send a letter of support to Sagesse. Is there a pronunciation for that? Sorry, for grant funding.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Councillor Schindler. I say it wrong every time, including when I meet with these guys. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
They seem to think it's a very easy word, and I struggle with it every time myself.
Sagesse.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote.
Sagesse.
And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to item 6.1, approval of the minutes for the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the minutes from the January 27th meeting? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the January 27, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the councillor make a motion for February 3rd, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the February 3rd, 2026 Governments and Priority Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Within our agenda, I apologize, maybe I could have explained this at the beginning of our meeting. Because we are anticipating some robust discussion within items that are listed within our agenda today, and because we want to honor the time frames for the public hearings that we have booked for short-term rentals and for the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment, we are going to jump down to item 8.3.1, which is the Recreation Committee terms of reference. I saw that this is being presented by Miss Kylie Hoskins, who's not here as of yet. So maybe we'll move to, and Miss Barr's not here. So we'll move to 8.3.3, which is the Police Communications Committee funding request presented by Miss Emily White, Legislative Assistant 2.
Mayor and Council. Today I am presenting the Police Communications Committee funding request. Today, administration is just looking for a motion for council to approve $1,000 in funding for the Police Communications Committee. With funding is going to be coming from council's other contracted and general services budget. So we do have a line item in the budget for this request. So a little bit on the background of this. So at a previous police communications meeting, the committee made a recommendation to ask council for funding to help support their programming, and specifically they want to support their safety security screw program. So the program is like security screws that goes on the back of vehicles' license plates that just help deter theft. And following this, council did make a motion on February 3rd to recommend to council to support the Police Communications Committee's recommendations for $1,000. After this motion was made and carried by council, administration did also complete their due diligence and make sure that there was funding in the budget under line item other contracted and general services budget. So once again, administration is just looking for a motion to approve the $1,000 for that Police Communications Committee.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to the presentation? Okay, seeing none, and I think you had mentioned this as well. We have provided some historical funding for the Police Communications Committee over the past number of years. Is that correct?
To your worship, that is correct. So last year, there was $1,000 of funding coming from the Office of the CEO. Prior to that, grants were put on hold in 2023. And then between the year 2021 and 2022, the Police Communications Committee got $2,500 in funding from a community grant.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, for the approval of the $1,000? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council approves $1,000 to the Police Communications Committee with funding to come from council's other contracted and general services budget.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. We'll go to 8.3.4 since you're up there, which is the revised 2026 council calendar, also being presented by Miss Emily White, Legislative Assistant 2.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and to all of council. So at this time, I'm just presenting the 2026 Chestermere Council calendar revised, and administration is just looking for a motion for council to adopt the 2026 Chestermere Council calendar as presented. So just a little bit of background on this. Following the special meetings of council in December and all the budget meeting discussions, administration has observed and also received feedback from mayor and council that we wanted to address concerns regarding budget and tax discussions, and we wanted to implement specific dates in the council calendar that would allow for those times to just be for budget discussions and or tax discussions. So this would allow for council to have it in their calendar ahead of time, and additionally it would allow for the public to be able to see when these important discussions are happening. So at this time, council could also further amend this calendar if they would like to see any changes. If not, administration is just once again looking for a motion to adopt the 2026 Chestermere Council calendar.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yes, and through the chair, through administration to Ms. White. I just had a quick question about November. I'm not seeing a gap meeting in November on the revised calendar. Are we going to have a gap meeting in November?
Thank you. So through the CEO, through your worship, so there was never originally scheduled a gap meeting on that meeting date. Currently, there are 3 meeting dates in November. If not, though, if council wishes to, we could make a motion to amend the proposed calendar.
Mr. Edney.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. Yeah, just sorry to add to that. I think we didn't put a gap meeting on because we knew we'd have at least 3 days of budget meetings at that time. But again, Council's free to add another date for a gap meeting if you'd like to.
Thank you. Council, so it would be on November 17th is what we'd be looking at. So I guess the question would be, should we add a gap meeting to November 17th? Councillor Schindler?
Yeah, or like we have in December, we have a hybrid gap and budget day on the 1st. The 3rd could also be a day, considering that the 11th is a holiday. It might make agendas and prep a little dysfunctional or a little difficult for the 17th, or we can just not have one. I thought we needed to have one every month, but
No, there's no legislative requirement for, council set their own. So there's no legislative requirement for that.
that's right.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I may suggest to Council at this time we could revisit that in
Closer.
September, October. Potentially based on items we see upcoming and whether there's a need for gap or not. As you mentioned, you can schedule one at any time with advance notice.
Okay, so is your suggestion then, Mr. Edney, I'll turn your mic back on here, is your suggestion then that we just leave the calendar as proposed right now, and as we get closer, we can make that decision, say when we come back in the fall?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, could I have the motion, please, to adopt the calendar as presented? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council adopt the revised 2026 Chestermere Council calendar as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Going back now, we'll go to, thank you. We'll go back to item 8.3.2, which is the not-for-profit terms of reference presented by Ms. Ruby Brar. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Apologies, my throat is a little dry this morning. As Mayor Dean said, my name is Ruby Brar, Manager of Community Support Services. I am here to present the Policy 850 Not-for-Profit Committee Terms of Reference. So recommendation to Council today is that Council approve Policy 850 being the Not-for-Profit Committee Terms of Reference as presented. A little bit of background on this. At the October 30th, 2025 organizational meeting of Council, Council had made a motion to amend the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits Terms of Reference. This motion will change the committee and the terms of reference from a task force to a permanent committee. Administration presented a draft of the NFP committee terms of reference at the December 2nd Governance and Priorities Committee meeting to ensure alignment with Council's goals, strategic priorities, and long-term vision for strengthening Chestermere's nonprofit sector. This discussion allowed Council to review and ensure that their goals of this committee are reflected before approval. So following this, administration implemented the following changes, changed the reference from Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits to Not-for-Profit Committee, ensured the terms of reference reflect Council's goal, plans, and strategic vision, and ensured formatting is consistent with other policies. So other options for Council to consider is just further amendment to the proposed not-for-profit committee terms of reference.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the terms of reference as presented? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the policy number 850, being the not-for-profit committee terms of reference as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. And rushing over here, thank you so much. Recreation Committee terms of reference presented by Ms. Kylie Hoskins. Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Kylie Hoskins, Manager Corporate Properties and Recreation. I'm here to present the request for decision for updates to the Recreation Committee's terms of reference. In your package, you'll receive the updated terms of reference. For this presentation, I'll be focusing on the changes and amendments. A summary of the changes are as follows. The removal of 2 specific subcommittees and their representations, the retention of the role to support future recreation facility and amenity development, the retention of the role to strengthen recreation partnerships, the retention of the role to support efforts to enhance the delivery of recreation programs and services, the additional role of supporting the development of longer-term recreation plans such as the Recreation Master Plan, the additional role of representing the community through approved community liaison activities and advocacy. And by bringing the terms of reference back to council, administration is better able to ensure that terms of reference aligns with the mandate of council.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions with regards to the presentation? Okay. I have one, and so I know the motion is going to be as presented. I'm going to be looking to see if we could have the motion to be as amended. This has to do with under bullet point 3, responsibilities. Under number 1, it says recreation facility development. Under point A, it says make recommendations to council regarding strategies and goals to be incorporated in council's strategic plan as it pertains to potential investment in and development or redevelopment of recreation plans, facilities, and amenities. I would like to suggest that we remove the words to be incorporated into council's strategic plan. The reason for this is I don't think the committee should be telling us what goes into our strategic plan. I anticipate recreation will remain a high priority for this council, will remain within the strategic plan. And I see all of the other documents that are coming, like the rec master plan, all those other things that are going to be coming. My concern with this is if a year from now the rec committee is coming back with some goals and it says this, do we have to reopen our strategic plan every time the rec committee comes with a new strategy or goal? So I think I love the direction. I love what's going. I just see the wording of to be incorporated into council's strategic plan as being problematic. And so I would suggest that the motion read, council approve the recreation committee terms of reference as amended, amend section 3.1A to remove the words to be incorporated into council's strategic plan, because I think everything else makes sense. So going to open it up. So what I'm opening up now is opportunity to, are there concerns with the wording of this motion? Otherwise, open it up for someone to call the motion and then open for debate. So any concerning with the wording of the motion? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approved policy number 853, being the recreational committee terms of reference as amended. Amend section 3 subsection 1A, to remove the word to be incorporated into council strategic plan.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. We have about 35 minutes before our next public hearing. And so, council, do we want to start with, do we want to go to second reading of the secondary suites, or do we want to go to business license bylaw with the idea that we have about 35 minutes, probably take a break before the public hearing, so we have about 30 minutes. How are we feeling? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I would prefer to do secondary suites first, as my train of thought would run in that manner, and that the business bylaw would follow what opinions I have from the secondary suite.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's fair. Okay. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, same thing. The business bylaw is dependent on what we do with secondary suites.
Okay, thank you. I see that secondary suites on here is being presented by Mr. Josh David. Are we able to get missed? I see nodding. So we'll start to do the legislative thing as quickly / we'll move at the speed of government to give Josh a chance to get down here. And so with that, we need to lift this item from the table first. So can I have the motion to lift from the table bylaw 040-25 secondary suites land use bylaw amendment, second reading? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Orzanowski. I'm going slowly on purpose to try and give Josh a chance to get down here.
Thank you. Estanislav. I motion council lift from the table agenda item 8.1.1 being bylaw number 040-25, secondary suites land use bylaw amendment from the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Just really quickly, it's actually 8.1.4, Josh.
I'll accept that friendly.
Thank you. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we've lifted it from... Oh, there he is. Look at that. Like a ninja. You're like snuck in here on me. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and members of council. Yeah, so basically we had given our presentation for second and third reading during the public hearing. If there's any further questions, we are happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. So I know procedurally there's a few different ways. And so one, I want to take the liberty that we've outlined within our procedural bylaw where we're able to just kind of open it up for open discussion before kind of debating on the second reading. So I think that that's how I would like to start this, is just to open up for some general discussion, because I know that there are some feelings about this with regards to just having some open discussion. So we'll start with Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I'm glad that we had the chance to have a public hearing and listen to our residents. It was pretty clear to me that our residents, there was some themes in what they were presenting to us, especially with those opposed to certain sections of this first reading. One being the lakefront community. We know that they have their own restrictive covenants that they want somehow protected also with the limitation of secondary suites or future permitting for secondary suites on the lake, as is the golf community that was redesignated during the MDP. And there was also discussions about cul-de-sacs and limiting the frontage area to limit secondary suites primarily for parking, and making sure that those communities don't get clogged with traffic and vehicles. So I would, while I certainly appreciate open discussion amongst my peers, certainly want to put that on the table to potentially make those amendments to remove those, to add or remove those recommendations to the second reading.
Thank you. Can I just get you again? I'm going to turn your mic back on here, Councilor Wozniacki. So if we were to just bullet point those.
Yeah, so bullet
what
point,
exactly would
remove secondary suites for the lakefront community, remove secondary suites for the golf
Oh, slow down.
course community.
Lakefront. Thank you. Remove.
Yeah, R1L lots.
Yep.
I don't know what the designation, I don't recall the designation for the golf course community was, if there was a numbered designation, but let's add that designation. That's a suggestion as part of a potential motion.
Thank you.
And then the last one is, I recall, and maybe this is a question through you to Mr. Chandiak or our presenter Josh, what was the dimension that we would limit these cul-de-sacs? I think it was 13-meter frontage width, 14? Or under 13 or under 14?
Through the chair to Councillor Wozniacki. So the number we had was 13.75 meters.
Okay.
Just to confirm, if we did go at that frontage, it wouldn't necessarily just remove it from cul-de-sacs. It would remove it from any property with that frontage across the city.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And again, we do have, I'd like to certainly open, that may not necessarily open up that for debate, but maybe some commentary on what that dimension needs to look like. But yes, that's what I'm suggesting. Thank you.
So, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, I would think Councillor Wozniacki kind of read my notes over here too. These are the exact items that I had. There's certain areas that the long-term residents in those areas want those areas protected. They have lots of reasons, the legal reasons, some of them. And I also, from my end, what I'm hearing from a lot of people in the community is about parking out and the frontage as it relates to that. I don't know if we need to, my suggestion, and this is probably a good compromise for Councillor Wozniacki, is to go from the 14 meters to, why don't we say that there has to be a parking frontage, so not including driveway, of like 7 meters. So what that does is that enables the R1 rear lane to still have a secondary suite because it can accommodate that parking in the front where it's not intrusive on your neighbors because you have the accommodated parking. So I think that'd be a reasonable amendment to make. I think that would help some of the items that the proponents of more secondary suites talk about as far as like affordability, all the reasons of being able to do it. Okay, that's fine. Let's add a type where we can do that in certain areas, but let's also protect certain areas the way we should. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Grant. Just before I see a couple of the lights lighting up here, I just want to jump on this frontage issue because one of the things that we heard from public hearing from one of the presenters was this idea on the affordability piece. And I know that I think really what we're going after is the cul-de-sac area. And so part of my question too is, are we able to, within the bylaw, designate a specific area and or exempt a specific area of the community from a said bylaw with regards to this? But I do wonder if your idea with regards to the 7 meter frontage would address that issue, because you're not going to have that frontage in the cul-de-sac for sure, right? So that addresses that issue right away. And I wonder if it helps in those other areas that we're trying to assist with. So I will go. I'm going to look down the table for a shake or a nod on this. Councillor Schindler, is yours with regards to frontage or a different issue?
Indirectly. Very indirectly.
So no. Okay. So I'm going to go to Mr. Chandiok and then I'll come back to you. So Mr. Chandiok.
Thank you. Through the chair to councillors. I need some clarity on the frontage point. And one clarification that I do want to provide is, regardless or not of secondary suites, what I do want to remind something from our presentation was residents are still able to get a basement development permit. And so there still will be bedrooms in the basement. It can be done legally without a secondary suite. All you're missing is one component of the secondary suite, which could be an external door or a kitchen or a stove. One component is missing and you miss out on the secondary suite component of it. So if the intention is to limit the number of parking stalls, or to regulate parking through secondary suites. If there is basement development and people living in basement, you'll still have cars on the street. Eliminating secondary suites will not take care of parking on the streets. That's my first point, just as a reminder. Number two is I just wanted some clarity on the rear loading lots. Councillor Grattan mentioned lots less than 7 meters. Rear loading lots are designed so they don't have parking in the front. Their parking pad or garage is at the back of the lot. And typically these lots would be around 9 meters. So you'd be able to construct a 6-meter garage at the back of the lot. Or you could have up to 3 parking stalls. Each parking stall is about 3 meters wide. So you'd be able to have 3 parking stalls without a garage. Are we now anticipating people parking in the front on those rear loading lots? Because now that is going to start impacting the landscaping and the typology that we have all through the city. So just wanted some clarity on that point.
Councillor Grant, I think that's directly to you.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, Mr. Shandyhook, they already park there. They do park there. I drive around our community every day. The planned rear lane lot you're talking about, there's cars out front everywhere. They're everywhere. So I'm not sure what the point is because it's happening.
Through the chair to Councillor Grant, do you mean they're parking on the street or on the lot itself?
Well, they're not parking on the lawn. No, they're parking on the street in front of the house, the frontage.
Okay. So if I'm contemplating this right, are you suggesting that we take 1 car parking at the front of the house in consideration for when we are approving basement suites if the lot is over 7 meters?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, that's a little problematic. I'm curious as to if while R1 the lakefront homeowners and the golf course would like to have no secondary suites. I'm wondering if this would prohibit them from also perhaps putting in a mother-in-law suite for their aging parents to live on their property through the chair to administration, if we prohibit this.
Mr. Chaniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, yes, secondary suites, mother-in-law suites are just different names for the same thing for the most part. And so if we are restricting secondary suites, which is the official name that we use here in the city of Chestermere, we will be restricting the mother-in-law suites as well.
Is there a way to do the exact same thing that a similar thing to what they're asking because of restricted covenants, while not prohibiting, but allowing for the discretionary use, I guess?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, from my understanding, secondary suites already are a discretionary use. So every time a permit goes out, neighboring property owners, or someone who's affected by that proposal does get an opportunity to appeal the decision that we make as the development authority. So they're all discretionary uses already. For the most part, I don't necessarily, if we want to make it even more, I'd say, if we want to add more rigor to the process, we can explore creating a planning commission use, which we currently do not have in the bylaw, which will allow us to, depending on how planning commission bylaw is laid out, evaluate some of these uses with some extra rigor.
Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you and to Mr. Adney and such. I'm glad that we're talking about the discretionary use part of this, because something we see in the SDAB as secondary suites, and most of the applications are very similar in nature. Many of them are where a building permit is being requested in cul-de-sacs. So just my message to the, members of council is I think we need some sort of rigor, because what we don't want is to pass something and then continue to have appeals being made to the SDAB, because then it kind of defeats the purpose. I think it was the SDAB that was really pushing for this bylaw to be reviewed to address that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm wondering if to assist with that, I know that administration came back, and I apologize, I'm not finding it at my fingertips right now. So, Josh, I'm hoping that you can help me with this. I believe there were some specific recommendations that were made for changes to the bylaw. So I'm wondering if we can just bring those up on the screen for council and the public to be able to see. And then going back to what both Councillor Warzanowski and Councillor Grant have said with regards to specifics that they would... okay. But there was I thought there was a recommendation.
I think it's on the second to last slide.
But I thought somewhere you had a bullet point for us that it was like you should do it here or not here. Was that? Am I making that up?
Through the chair to the chair. Yeah. So I mean, our recommendations, which bylaw 040-25 would address, is options 1, 5, and 6 of the report. So options 1 were to allow secondary suites in the residential plan front drive RNPFD lot. To amend the land use bylaw by implementing additional parking requirements for secondary suites, which would be introducing the boarding house use into the land use bylaw. And then amending the parking requirements by ensuring that 1 parking stall per bedroom is needed in addition to the principal dwelling. So those were the 3 recommendations from administration.
So 1, 3, and 5, correct?
1, 5, and 6.
1, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Okay. And then to Councillor Grant's point, I think what he wants to see is under 5, then the 7 meter for parking. Correct? How am I doing, Councillor Grant? Councillor Grant, and then Councillor Warzanowski. Councillor Grant?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yes, Mayor, that's good. Thank you. And I picked 7 just trying to think of how wide a driveway was and then how large a typical car was so that it would fit there. And my approximation was about 7 meters.
So thank you. So through the CEO to Josh, I'm hoping I can rely on your unbelievable skill to do things quickly. Just before calling on Councillor Warzanowski here, can you just on a slide, on one slide, as though we were going to do a motion, so that maybe the motion, for now, just for now, and then we'll play with it. The council approves second reading for secondary suites with the following recommendations. And then can you put in 1, 5, and 6, right? Thank you. 1, 5, and 6. And then we can just see it on the screen, and then we can make some amendments to the language, especially according to what has been stated by councillors so far. So if you could work on that, and then I'll call on Councillor Warzanowski, and then maybe we can start to debate that slide. Josh?
Through the chair, I was just wondering if I could get some clarification from Josh David, because we already gave first reading, and I was just wondering which options were approved for the first reading.
Thank you. Josh?
To Josh, so those were the 3 options that were presented at first reading.
So that's what's already in the bylaw.
Yeah, so the changes would be just to amend the language in the first reading, no? Because we already gave first reading to those 3 options.
Yes. So what I want to know is what I want council to be able to do is see the language that we have approved in first reading. Thank you. I want to be able to see on the screen the language that's in the first reading so that council knows exactly what they're voting on in second reading. Because I don't feel like we have that right now within our package. Agreed, council? Yeah. Agreed? Okay. So yeah, I think that's what we're looking for. Exactly what was done in first reading, because I think there's some minor amendments that we want to make, and then that way council will know exactly what they're voting on for second reading. I'm seeing a lot of nods up here. Okay, good. So Josh is going to work on, yes, you're good now? Okay, so I will go to Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, my only comment was to tag on to Councillor Grant's suggestion of 7 meters. I'm with him. probably sounds about right, but maybe we can get a recommendation of what that dimension needs to look like from our planning group. So through yourself to Mr. Chandiak or our presenter, if it's 7 meters or 6.8, let's just get that number right, because we're just residents and councillors that are not planners. And if not, we can leave it at 7 and just adjust as we go if we need to.
Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, I'm just looking at the rear loading lot frontage. Just give me 1 minute here.
Through the chair to Mr. Chandiak. So it's for the R1 PRL, it's 9.14 meters for the minimum frontage. For the PFD, which is the front drive, it's 10.97 minimum frontage. And then for your standard R1 lot, it's 13.75 meters minimum frontage, or minimum width, sorry.
So with those numbers, through the chair, every rear loading lot would have a minimum frontage of 7 meters. Because the minimum frontage for a rear loading lot in the land use bylaw is 9.14 meters. And we wouldn't approve any lots that are smaller than 9.14 meters through the subdivision process.
Sorry, Councillor Grant?
So was there a definitive number offered there? I think you kind of gave us the maximum range. Is there a typical that planning would use?
Sorry, Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, the parking stall dimension that we use is about 6 meters. And so if you want to keep it at 7 meters, that'll provide a little bit of leeway there. So I think we should be okay with 7 meters.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it, so on the screen right now, this is obviously for sure. So I will. Josh?
Through the chair, yes. The bylaw on the screen is what you guys gave first reading to. So if we want to amend it, then it would have to be from the language here.
Thank you. And there are no other bullet points on here, correct? Like there's not a page 2?
No.
Okay.
The other points are just the severability in the general part of the bylaw.
Yeah, all the legislative stuff we do.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just for reference, this is page 166 in your agenda package. If you want to if anybody wants to follow along and read the wording.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And so with that then, to Councillor Warzanowski's point, I don't see R1L listed in here. So does that mean it's already not allowed in R1L, or do we need to add some language in here that it shall not be allowed in R1? I'll get to the golf course here in a second. But first of all, just dealing with R1L, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. R1L is a discretionary use, so if you want it not permitted, that would be an additional bullet point. That would be an amendment to the first reading.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Would be to remove it as a discretionary use in R1L.
Okay, so Councilor Warzanowski, if it's okay with you, I'd like to handle each one individually, right? Because if we lump them together, then somebody might want to sever the motion anyway. So, so I would suggest that perhaps what we do is that Councilor Warzanowski, to have you, if you're comfortable with it, make a motion to add. I'm just trying to think of the word, Mr. Edney or Ledge Services, if you can help me here. To add.
Prohibit.
Prohibit, thank you. Prohibit R1L. Prohibit secondary suites from R1L. Yes. Can we see that on the screen, please, Josh? Okay, I don't want to do a full second reading though, because then we back ourselves into a corner. because then we'd have to do everything. So what I'd love to do is, can we just debate, is there a way legislatively right now that we can debate just that one bullet point, that we just want to debate that guy for now before going to a full second reading, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. You can make motions to add these in or out. I think you can do them one by one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then we would do a full second reading.
Yes, with
Yes?
all of the amendments
We're good
at
with
that
that?
point. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Wozniacki?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Edney. I think this captures, the spirit of what we want to approve, but Section 5 should just be maybe a general prohibition section, because there may be other prohibitions that we may want to add under that section. I have no problem severing this, and thank you, Mr. Edney, for clarifying that we can make amendments before we summarize our second reading. So the only suggestion I would make before we present this motion is to add Section 5, and you can close the quote around 5, and then add a line item underneath that to prohibit secondary suites from R1L lake lots.
I would suggest you just eliminate 5. So just start with the wording. To start with the wording, prohibit secondary suites from R1L, because where it fits after, we can do that in second reading.
We can do that in second
right?
reading,
So
yeah.
what we're debating right now is that in the secondary suites bylaw, do we want to prohibit secondary suites? That's what we're going to debate, right?
Yes.
And then when we do secondary suites, we'll get to there. Okay, before you make this motion, I see administration waving at me. So, Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, may I suggest some clearer language
Yes,
rather
please.
than prohibiting secondary suites? I'd recommend remove the use secondary suites from section 10.5.3 under section 10.5 residential lakeshore district R1L of the land use bylaw.
Can you help Josh out?
Yes.
Do that again?
Remove the use of secondary suites from section 10.5.3 under section 10.5 residential lakeshore district in brackets R1L of the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that. That makes it very specific. Okay. Okay, Councilor Wozniacki.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Chandiak. I motion that council direct administration to add, remove the use of secondary suites from section 10.5.3 under section 10.5 residential lakeshore district, R1L, of the land use bylaw to the proposed bylaw 040-25 secondary suites land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councilor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm generally in support of this motion, but I'm just going to state what I've said before because it's a new meeting. This does not stop all rentals and leases from this area. That's not what this does. It also does not give the city or council or anybody at the City of Chestermere authority to enforce the restrictive covenant. So I'm in support of this, but understanding the limitations of this addition.
Yes, thank you for that point of clarity. Yeah, restrictive covenants are the business of the community in which there is a restrictive covenant. All we're doing is demonstrating, if you will, support for what's written within the restrictive covenant. Councilor Wozniacki.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. And receiving feedback from the lakefront community, they want to limit the permitting of secondary suites. So that's what this proposed motion suggests, regardless of whether we're able to enforce people renting their properties without secondary suites. I think that's the intention and the spirit of this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this particular motion? Okay, call for the vote. Okay, and that's carried unanimously. Okay, with that, we do have a public hearing scheduled to start in 5 minutes. So I'm going to suggest we make a motion to table. We'll bring this back this afternoon. Sorry, Josh. But you're going to be here all day anyway, right? Did you have plans this afternoon at all? You have
No
lunch
plans, no
You're
plans.
Good. Okay, can we have to table this item, please? So that we can, and then we'll take a recess, and then we'll come back for public hearing. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council table agenda item 8.1.4 being the bylaw 040-25 secondary suites land use bylaw amendment.
Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our recess here and getting ready to start our public hearing for the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment. This will be presented by Mr. Josh David. So for our public hearings, there will be opportunity for the public to participate in the process, both people that wish to speak in favor and or against the proposed bylaw. So can I have the motion, please, to open the public hearing for bylaw 015-25 being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw 015-25 being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment at 10:06 a.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated signage sheet, either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. We will be the process for a public hearing, as we've seen here over the last few weeks with having a few of these now. We will have the staff report from administration, presentation from the applicant as applicable, presentations from the public in support of the proposal, presentations from public in opposition, rebuttal presentation on anything that was presented in opposition, and then any final questions that we have of administration before closing the public hearing. And then possibly moving to second and or to second reading on the proposed bylaw. So going to be calling for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw, and I believe that this is being presented by Mr. Josh David, Planner 1. Good morning again.
Good morning again, Mayor Dean and members of council. Just for the record, my name is Josh David, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I'd like to acknowledge that all of my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of council. I'm here today to present land use bylaw amendments for short-term rentals. So this slide provides a brief overview of the topics that will be covered in today's presentation, including the motions for council's consideration, what is a short-term rental, administration's proposal, its implications, the public hearing, advertisement, and input, our recommendation, and then finally we will open the floor for any questions or feedback that you may have. Administration is presenting the following motions for council's consideration: that council give second reading to bylaw 015-25, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, and that council give third and final reading to bylaw 015-25, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended. So what is a short-term rental? So short-term rental means the business of providing temporary accommodation for compensation in a dwelling unit or portion of a dwelling unit for periods of up to 180 consecutive days. Currently, short-term rentals are not identified as a use within the City of Chestermere's land use bylaw. As a result, short-term rentals are not allowed anywhere within the City of Chestermere. So our proposal is that short-term rentals be listed as a discretionary use in the following residential land use districts. So the residential single detached R1, the residential estate R1E, the residential estate modified R1EM, the residential plan lot rear lane R1PRL, the residential plan lot front drive R1PFD, the residential semi-detached R2, the residential multi-unit R3, and finally the low-rise multi-unit residential R4. Please note that on July 22nd, 2025, Council approved a land use bylaw amendment to prohibit short-term rentals in the residential Lakeshore District, R1L. Our second proposal is to adopt general regulations for short-term rentals that would prohibit short-term rental operations without approvals, including development permits and business licenses, ensuring that there is at least one parking space per bedroom in addition to the principal parking requirements, ensure that there is only one short-term rental license per parcel, ensure compliance with the Alberta Safety Codes Act and any other applicable municipal, provincial, or federal legislation. and ensure that a dwelling unit containing a short-term rental cannot also operate as a bed and breakfast accommodation, boarding house, minor home business, major home business, or any other form of rental accommodation. So by adopting short-term rentals as a discretionary use, we would ensure that they can be appealed by neighbors who are directly affected. And adopting general regulations for short-term rentals would give the city strong to oversee them and maintain an accurate record of where legally operating units are located across the city. So today's public hearing was advertised on the city's website on December 16th, 2025. As of February 2nd, 2026, the city received one comment, which was in support of the proposal. So administration is recommending that council pass second and third reading to bylaw 015-25. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor Dean and members of council for your time and attention. Happy to answer any questions or feedback that you may have.
Thank you. Opening up to questions from council. Just before I do that, one of the things that I want to highlight that I want to compliment our staff on, and I think we should capture a little bit more on our presentations for these, is that we have made a much more concerted effort to make our public hearings more public. And so by that I mean it is now being advertised on the city's Facebook page. It is also being advertised, I saw it on the sign coming into town. I've also seen signage around town with regards to our public hearings. On the Pattison sign, I saw an advertisement for it there. And so one of the things that I just want to compliment, and I would love to see us capture more on our presentations, is how much more we are making the public hearings public, so that, because we want to encourage the public to have the input during our public hearings, and to be able to do that, advertising is important. So I just want to compliment administration on the steps that they have been taking. I know that this council has been talking a lot about communication strategies and increasing our communications, and so I just want to say thank you to administration for that work that's been done, and hopefully in future presentations we highlight that, just because I think it's really important. Okay, Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and very much agree with your comments, so thank you for saying that. Through you to Mr. Edney, to Mr. David. On page 32 of the agenda package, we don't even need to pull it up, but it references the changes. So section 7.35.3 says one short-term rental license is permitted per parcel. I'm wondering, in the context of an apartment style R4, what is considered the parcel for that kind of property?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo. So the parcel would be, I guess, the entire parcel of land that the R4 site would be located on. Perhaps a better term would have been one short-term rental per unit, and that would allow for multiple in an apartment style complex.
Mr. Chandier?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, just to add clarity to that point, parcels are contemplated differently. Typically, when we deal with planning issues, we talk about titled parcels. So a unit would be considered a titled parcel. The interpretation of this could be every unit could have a short-term rental.
Okay. Any other questions for administration with regards to the presentation? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. So I believe the city is the applicant on this, essentially, because we're making a new bylaw. So then going to public presentations in support, I will first turn to legislative services. First of all, we do have a phone call option. If you would like to call in, the phone number is 587-579-3099. Again, if you would like to call in support of the proposed bylaw, it's 587-579-3099. I will be Turning to Lead Services, do we have anybody sign in on the sign-in sheet to speak in favor this morning? We have not. I believe that, as highlighted, we had one written submission in support of the proposed bylaw, and I believe that that was included in the agenda package. So that was the only written submission that we currently have, and so we don't need to read that into the record as it's already part of the agenda package. Thank you. So I will start by calling first time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of bylaw 015-25. Calling a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of bylaw 015-25. And calling a third time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of bylaw 015-25. Going back to Legislative Services, have we had any phone calls come in those 3 calls? Okay, thank you. Going now to public presentations in opposition. I will be calling 3 times for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition. First of all, to confirm, there was none in the agenda package, but since the agenda was produced, have we received any? So we have no written submissions in opposition. If you would like to call in to speak in opposition, it's 587-579-3099. Again, that's 587-579-3099 if you would like to speak in opposition to bylaw 015-25. Calling a first time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 015-25. Calling a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 015-25. And calling a third time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 015-25. Going back to Legislative Services, have we had any phone calls come in to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. So since there was no one who spoke in opposition, there's no rebuttal presentation. Council, do you have any final questions for administration with regards to bylaw 015-25? Councillor Schindler.
And just one quick question about the parcel. Is there an opportunity or chance through the chair to administration that someone in the future could misread that as a parcel of land?
Mr. Chaniok.
Through the chair to Constitution Leader, I'd say there is a possibility. There is always a possibility of something. If you want to clarify, we can clarify the language before council approves the bylaw. We can make that amendment.
I think that would be advantageous because it may not be the same people sitting in this chair, and I want to make it crystal clear.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for with regards to the public hearing for bylaw 015-25? Seeing none, can I have the motion please to close the public hearing for bylaw 015-25? Can I have a council, Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Let's move the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 015-25 being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment at 10:19 a.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that then, why don't we just move straight to second reading for bylaw 015-25 and opening it up. Again, we'll follow the same as we had followed before. So is there any kind of opening comments, questions with regards to bylaw 015-25 that people would like to start with? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just wanted to let council know we've developed alternate wording for section 7.35.3 for the parcel question that Councillor Schindler just asked. If you'd like Mr. Chandiok to state that.
Yeah, so that would then fall under second reading, correct? Okay, so why don't we, can we just see the wording first? So amend section 7 point, so can we have that on the screen, please? Mr. Chandiok?
7.35.3 to state only one number O1E and then in brackets numeral 1 short-term rental license is permitted per legal unit or lot as applicable.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other amendments to bylaw 015-25 that council would like to suggest? Okay, seeing none, can I have councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 015-25, being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment, with the following amendment. Amend section 7.35.3 to state only one short-term rental license is permitted per legal unit or lot as applicable.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you. With that, then, I think we're comfortable then moving to third and final reading of bylaw 015-25. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move the council will give third and final reading to bylaw number 015-25, being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, so let's go back then. Can we lift from the table secondary suites, please, so that we can continue that conversation before our next public hearing, which is scheduled to happen at 11 o'clock. So can I have the motion, please, to lift from the table item 8 point, sorry. 8.1.4. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council lift agenda item 8.1.4, being bylaw number 040-25, secondary suite land use bylaw amendment.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so going back, so we had made the one. The second recommendation that was coming from council was with regards to the golf course community. Councillor Warzanowski had posed the question to administration about what the land designation was for that particular area. Admin, were we able to find what that land designation? I believe we designated it within the MDP. I believe it's where it's designated, but do we have the designation for that land? Just while they're pulling that up, Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't know if there's a specific designation. I've one of the residents from the lakefront community pulled up page 42, I think, of the MDP. It's not a numbered designation. I think it's just understood as the golf course community.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I believe in the MDP, it's referred to as golf course residential.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just having a few different thoughts here. Are we, is Councillor Warzanowski asking for a prohibition?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a suggestion, if I may, through you and to administration, because I think there's a bigger maybe opportunity here. Because the other thing I'm going to be asking for is that we consider not just the golf course, but those other areas that have restricted covenants. So is there a way to maybe propose it so that when individuals that are wanting to build a secondary suite and live in one of those communities that have restrictive covenant would need a letter of support in order to go ahead and build a secondary suite? Sorry, and I mean letter of support from the association.
Okay, just on that, do we know what other communities within the city of Chestermere area? Do we have a list of who else has restricted covenants other than the Lakefront community? I don't think we do. Deputy Mayor Ryan, do you know another one that other than Lakefront?
I just can't remember the name, but at the SDAB we have had applications for secondary suites where the secondary suite was in a community with an association with restrictive covenants.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Chaniak?
Through the chair to Councillor, and I'm not sure if we would have information for every single parcel to understand which community association is it part of. The legislative process through which someone can appeal an approval of the development authority is the SDAB process. And so while council has the ability to sort of make that regulation that they get the letter of support from the community association, even if they get the letter of support, that does not mean you will not hear an appeal at SDAB. If one person out of the community association is against that approval, you will still get that appeal. So just by having a letter from the community association does not necessarily eliminate the idea of community association not appealing it or an individual not appealing it. So again, council can make all the rules and regulations. I just don't necessarily feel there'll be a lot of benefit. It'll actually make the process cumbersome for anybody who's sort of trying to get a secondary suite. Because the process now is overly cumbersome, people may just choose to do it illegally rather than doing it legally.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Chanduk. Yeah, I guess the dilemma we face at the SDB is when a representative of the association would come and speak against that development and challenging the city, saying that the city shouldn't have the authority to allow a development of a basement suite, which I mean technically we do, but some of these associations feel that the city then doesn't respect restrictive covenants around town. So the conversation we were having, I guess, as at the SDB was, is there a possibility, to in the application, maybe just asking individuals if there's a restrictive covenant on your property, and again, maybe to see if they can check that box by running it by their association before coming to council, rather than coming to the SDB or administration, rather than the city. Then it just seems that the city doesn't respect restrictive covenants.
Mr. Chadiak?
Through the chair to Councillor, and I'm pretty sure.
Rock your iPhone first.
That's not what I was trying to say. To the chair to Councillor, and I'm sure most of you already know this, but if the restricted covenant is a private covenant, we do not have the authority or obligation to enforce it. As a landowner, I can put a restricted covenant on my own land to say that my land cannot have XYZ, and when I sell that land, that restricted covenant sort of goes with the land. That does not mean city does not have the authority to approve some sort of development on my parcel. This is a sensitive topic, but again, the municipality, the city gets its authority from the Municipal Government Act to approve any developments. As much as community associations want to regulate development within their community, provincially, it's the responsibility of the city. And community associations may have their own bylaws, and they can choose to do XYZ things depending on what their priorities are. But it is the responsibility and the authority of the city to be able to regulate development in the city through the land use bylaw, SDAB, all of those mechanisms. If council wants, something that we can do is we can take those restricted covenants into consideration. Again, I am a little doubtful on the authority we have to be able to enforce them. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and some questions or some comments and a question through you. The land use bylaw is so interesting. I find it so curious and sometimes frustrating because it really highlights the limitations of what we can do as a council in a city. But could we put language in that simply says that no discretionary use permits will be issued where a restrictive covenant exists?
Mr. Chaniak?
Through the chair, I'd request some time to sort of seek some form of legal opinion on this before council proceeds with this route. I think we should get a legal opinion prior to discussing it.
Councillor Warzanowski?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm listening to Deputy Mayor Narayan and Councillor Sandbo, and while I think in spirit I would support that not only as a councillor but as a resident to be in support of those communities that have restrictions. However, they're outside of municipal legislation, so I would suggest that we stay out of it. While council has shown that we support restrictive covenants, such as the lakefront community and other communities, it's nothing we can really enforce. So we should probably stay in our lane is what I would suggest. But it's important for us to be aware of it as we write our bylaws.
Thank you. Okay. So bringing this back then to this particular item, Councillor Warzanowski wanted to have specific debate on removing it, to not allow to prohibit secondary suites in golf course residential community. Correct? So that would be the wording. So council direct administration to add prohibit secondary suites in the golf course residential community in bylaw 040-25. First of all, Mr. Chaniak.
Suggest a small addition to the motion. Prohibit secondary suites in the golf course residential land use designation as identified on map 2, land use designation of the municipal development plan.
Yeah, what he said. Thank you, Mr. Chaniak, for that suggestion. Councillor Warzanowski?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to suggest, and maybe Mr. Chandiak has some commentary, but since he just spoke, I'm sure he knows this, but I was just going to copy and paste what the last motion was. If there's a section in the bylaw that we want to revise. If there's not, I think this motion's fine.
Mr. Chaniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, the land use designations that are the actual land use zones that are applicable for this community are similar to land use zones elsewhere in the community. And so there is no specific way to just identify this area. One good plan would be just to identify it through the MDP, and going forward, we can refine it if we create a separate designation for this area.
Okay. So do we want to have a councillor make this motion and open for debate? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council Direct Administration to add prohibit secondary suites in the golf course residential land use designation as identified in Map 2 land use designation of the Municipal Development Plan in the proposed bylaw 040-25 secondary suites land use bylaw amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was hoping to hear from some other members of council that maybe know a little bit more about this particular area, but some of my thoughts around this. Again, I know that there are families in this neighborhood that have kids who are graduating high school, and they maybe would like to live in their parents' basement legally. They'd maybe like to have a safe place to do that. I know there's also seniors who are entering the phase of their life where they're on a fixed income and maybe they'd like to stay at home and maybe they'd like to have someone in their basement. So I haven't heard as much from residents of this community asking for this. And so I'm wondering what others have heard. It hasn't come out in the public hearing process the same way it did with Lakefront.
Council. Councillor Kwasinowski.
Thank you, Councillor Sambo. I haven't been hearing that from the community as much, but then again, I don't know every golf course resident, of course. There may be some validity to make it discretionary. However, the MDP is quite clear, so I would suggest that I would be in support of this motion to support the MDP.
Thank you. Anyone else? With Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could we pull up the language in the MDP? I don't remember it specifically prohibiting.
I've got the page here.
So Josh, it's page 49 of the MDP. If we could pull that up on the screen, please.
Page 42 or 49 of 164.
Sorry, Mr. Edney.
Doesn't say much, but does.
Mr. Edney? No? Okay. All right. So here are the policies related to the golf course. Residential, located generally where it is. Continued primary is large lot single. So I think the intention there was to limit any different housing. As 4.4.5.3 also points out. And then it's mentioned about short-term vacation rentals, but is there anything below the picture? Josh, can you scroll down, please? Thank you. So there's nothing below the picture. So nothing in our MDP talks about secondary suites for the golf course. It does mention short-term rentals, but not secondary suites. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm redevelopment to me is secondary suites. You can't have a secondary suite without redeveloping your basement.
Okay, thank you. So that would be 4.4.5.3. you feel is addressing secondary suites. Okay? Thank you. Other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Councillor Sambo.
We're currently in debate, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So at this time, I'll be voting against this motion, very willing to have my mind changed. When we went through the MDP process, that wording redevelopment, that's not how I was interpreting it when I was reading that section. And I'm really hesitant to put limitations on what people can do with their property without a really good understanding of what the benefit's going to be. So I'll be voting against this one at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
So if we didn't make this change, it would still be considered a discretionary use, and the rest of the golf course residential area could comment if someone went in for a redesignation. Am I correct in that statement? Through the chair to anyone who would answer.
Councillor Schindler, yes, that's correct. It would still be discretionary, which would mean that any affected parties would be able to appeal the development permit.
And so going along what Councillor Sandbo said, and for affordability and the ability for residents of that community to live in their property for long periods of time and giving them options, would it be prudent to prohibit this? Or would it be detrimental to the future of that community and the residents who really want to live there for all intents and purposes forever? I'm really torn on this one, and if any of council can help me understand why I shouldn't vote against this, because right now I'd rather remove some red tape and let people, well, not actually, that's adding a little bit more red tape, but allowing people to choose what they want to do with their property.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to weigh into this. The more I think about it, I think I'll be more comfortable having it as discretionary use. I find that the golf course residential, it is an important part of a community, but I also see it as very distinct from, say, the lakefront community. I think people in this particular area should be open to what they want to do with their property. Also, going back to the definition of redevelopment, I don't understand, at least my interpretation wasn't that it would include a basement suite. So as it stands, I'm not in favor of the motion at hand here.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Worzowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll be voting in favor of this. The golf course community has been very vocal over the last few years in regards to densification of that community. We went forward not only to control our recreation, but to prevent the development on the golf course, which means more cars, more residents within a very specialized old community within this city of ours. They've been very vocal about this. I have not seen one resident from that community in support of secondary suites. I've only heard from residents as opposed to secondary suites for this special community. So I'll be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be definitely supporting this motion. Sorry, my throat is not working properly. The reason is that the lakefront owner and the golf course, we need few areas in our community where residents just want to enjoy their properties the way they want to support, no secondary suite development and stuff. And because everywhere is a law, if somebody wants to move into the golf course or to the lakefront, they should know what is they can do or they cannot. So I'm strongly support for this motion.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think you know where I'm going, and you're about to be on the hot spot here. So, I'm going to be in favor.
Coming, do you?
I'm
Y'all
going to be
picked
in
up on
favor
how
of
this is going?
So, what I hear from that neighborhood is that they want to maintain the feel of that neighborhood. They're largely long-term residents that have been in that neighborhood a long time, and they like how it is, and they want to keep it that way for sure. I mean, we saw that with Preserve the Golf Course, right? They were vocal about not having a house in their backyard. I'm sure they're just as upset about having a basement development at their neighbors. So that's one of the reasons. The other reason I would point to is we talk about affordability and how secondary suites offer affordability. I mean, it would help my affordability if I could put a Burger King in my house, but I don't think we're going to let people do that, right? So to me, it's about, yes, they should be able to do what they want with their property, but they shouldn't be able to impact their neighbor and their neighborhood while doing it. And that's how I look at it. So I think there is a place for everything, and there is an appropriate amount of this that needs to happen for those reasons where it is proper. And for those reasons, that's why I'll be voting in favor. You're up, Mayor Dean.
Gauntlet.
First of all, I can't wait till the media release later of Councillor Grant. If I could put a Burger King in my house, I would. That's that right there. That's the quote of the day. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I will save you for a moment, and my comments will be directed to Councillor Sandbo, hoping to get her on our side. If we are looking to, because we're close to a split vote here, if the only concern is families that want to have people living in their homes, I think that's going to happen anyway, whether we have secondary suites, legally or not. I don't know many families that have adult children living in their homes, maybe they'd be paying rent to their parents, but not in a legal secondary suite, as much as that may be luxurious and private for them. If they want to save money and have some affordability, and we're only talking about families, they're going to live there anyway.
Just to clarify on that point, I think we had clarified this before. You can have a basement development, and your children can stay living in your home. This is about, can you make the changes in your home for it to be a secondary suite? This is not about basement development, and this is not about having your 30-year-old teenager still living at home, right? This is about whether or not you're doing the secondary suite. So just a point of clarity, I think, is important on that. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you. I hear what both sides are saying, and I'm surprised Warzanowski didn't come and try and convince me because I'm the one waffling here. But I'm also thinking about the prohibition, and so what happens when you do prohibition is things go underground. That said, if we start prohibiting secondary suites in the golf course, things will go underground because people will do what they want to do. And I'm wondering if there is a safety issue by just saying no, and then not allowing, because we said no, that also removes a check of the neighborhood also saying no. And that will continue to be a quote unquote illegal secondary suite. So if we did not have this language, they would have to go through the city, and then they would also have to go through inspection process, and then they would also have to go through their neighbors. So for me, that's 3 checks and balances towards a positive development of a house.
Okay.
I'm still torn. I'm still very torn. If anyone else has anything to say that can help me square that circle, that'd be great.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to reply to Councillor Schindler's comments about secondary suites just being developed illegally, you're right. Some of that will happen. I think what we can do is mitigate it. I think back to our budget conversations and where we put money towards a compliance officer to make sure that some of the issues that have been leaking through are going to be dealt with and identified, and there's dedicated people that will be doing that work. So my second comment is about the checks and balances comment about how you have to get your neighbor's approval. If you don't get your neighbor's approval, you can still get your development under the current situations. I would say just because one neighbor is saying no, I would say you're not very likely of getting rejected under that situation. So I don't think saying that if I get my residents on board, that's a check and balance, because I don't think either way that's actually weighed in this scenario.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. To the comment of enforcement and budget around bylaw, the only thing that makes something enforceable is having a definition in the land use bylaw. So if we were to take this out as a discretionary use, from what I'm understanding, that would actually remove our ability to enforce some scenarios. So for example, if we had a property in Lakefront where, for all intents and purposes, it looks like there's 15 people living there and they've got 10 cars and that kind of thing, right? If we had a definition of what a secondary suite was, we could do some enforcement around parking with that. Outside of that, I don't believe that we can. So this is where I'm waffling, because I'm not a fan of doing things just to say we did it. I like to do things that actually solve problems, and I'm not sure that taking out the discretionary use is going to solve a problem.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think what I've learned, I think a few times, at least it's been stated here, is that if something is not identified within the land use bylaw, then therefore it is illegal. Is that correct?
Mr. Jandiak.
Through the chair to Councillor Grant, I wouldn't think so. Unless you have a definition, you cannot call it, well, legal or illegal depends on if the concept that we're talking about is, number one, defined, and if it is not as a discretionary or a permitted use, then it becomes illegal. But if there's no definition of it, then you haven't technically defined the use, which means the interpretation of it being legal or the entity does not exist. You can't call it legal or illegal if the entity itself does not exist.
So secondary suites exist. So is it just putting the definition of secondary suites in the bylaw?
The definition of secondary suites is already in the bylaw.
So it is identified.
It is identified. The issue, I think, that council is debating here is if you do not allow secondary suites in that area, then can you still regulate it? And the answer to that would be yes, to a certain degree. But because secondary suites are not allowed, we go in, we conduct an inspection, we find an independent family living in a basement. We have the ability to call it an illegal suite. But at the same time, our enforcement mechanism in that case would be a little bit different than if we had our enforcement mechanism in a case where a secondary suite is not allowed would be to ask the residents to leave, or for that family to leave. You cannot have an independent family living in a basement if it's not a secondary suite. If it's a basement, if it is defined, then the option for the unit owners would be to get a legal permit, get the inspections done, advertise the use, and then see if there are any appeals for it. And if there's a possibility to legalize that use, proceed that way rather than, having to evict the family that's living there. So it's the enforcement mechanism changes whether or not, on the fact that whether or not the use is even discretionary in the land use bylaw or not.
Councillor Schindler.
Sorry, and yeah, I believe we were told, council can back me up on this, that if it's not stated anywhere, it's illegal for anything, whether it's snow skateboarding on the street, or if it's spitting gum on the street or something to that effect. It's illegal to do that if it's not defined. And I'm sorry, and then I'm also like going to what Councillor Warzanowski said, and I just wonder if we have any sort of information on this. We've heard that from the golf course residential landowners that they don't want redevelopment in that land. We've heard that very clearly. I haven't heard much from them on secondary suites specifically, and I can't find anything specifically about that. Could we punt this back to them and see if we can get some commentary, even though we've just passed public hearing?
So, no, you cannot do a second public hearing on this particular issue. No.
No, sorry, that would be... Sorry.
Councillor Schindler?
Sorry, that would be on this amendment. So that the secondary suites land use can go through without this amendment, and then we can also bring it back with the amendment as well. I know that's more work.
No, I think we're at a point now where we're going to be calling for the vote here soon.
For this
And
one?
I think so, because I think we've come to the end of debate on this. And I think what you are deciding is whether or not you as a councillor are in support of prohibiting secondary suites within the golf course residential area. Yes or no?
It's just because I don't feel like I can represent them because I don't know what they're saying. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To council, procedurally, to follow up on Councillor Schindler's comments, if you don't feel comfortable with this amendment at this time, you can, once all this is done, you can give third reading to this potential one and have a first reading again at next council meeting with that particular amendment, and then hold a separate public hearing on that particular amendment alone, if you don't feel like you've heard enough direct information from the public. Either way is a fine way to do it. Just know that option's there if that's how you're feeling.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've changed my mind. That nuance that Mr. Shondioke said about the enforcement possibilities, I think that satisfies my concerns. So I'll vote in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you. I won't say much other than this community was always built as big lots, single-family homes, and that's how it should stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comment? I don't remember. Lead Services, can you just help me out? Who made this motion originally? Councillor Grant? Councillor Grant, can I just get you to restate the motion for the record, please? Councillor Grant?
What do they do? Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council direct administration to add prohibit secondary suites in the golf course residential land use designation as identified in map 2 land use designation of the municipal development plan in the proposed bylaw 040-25 secondary suites land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Final comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried with majority. Thank you. With that, I'm going to suggest that we take a recess. We'll come back and we'll do... Oh, I probably have to table it again, don't I? Okay, can I have a motion to table? Because I believe there's some more debate and we're not doing secondary. So can I have a motion to table 8.1.4? Excuse me, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council table agenda item 8.1.4 being bylaw number 040-25, secondary suite land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a break and we will come back at 11:10. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to our very busy agenda that we have here for February the 10th, and we're going to be moving to our second public hearing of the day. And our second public hearing of the day is with regards to Bylaw 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment. So can I have the motion, please, to open the public hearing for 004-26? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council open the public hearing for bylaw number 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 11:13 a.m.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. As we saw earlier this morning, any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet, either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. The public hearing is being recorded and live-streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. I will be outlining the public hearing process. There will be the staff report from administration, presentation from the applicant, presentations from the public in support, presentation from the public in opposition, any rebuttal presentation with regards to anything that was heard during the opposition phase, and then final questions that council may have of administration. So with that, we will move to the staff report from administration, and I believe that this one is being presented by Mr. J.P. Leclerc. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Through the chair to Council, excuse me. As mentioned, J.P. Leclerc, Planner 1, Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. So here's a brief outline or agenda of what I'll be speaking to: motion requests, application overview, approval process, proposed amendments, policy review, implications, public hearing, advertisement and input, recommendations and questions. So the outline plan, motion requests that Council approve the Clearwater Park outline plan dated December 2025 as shown in attachment B, and the land use amendments that Council give second reading to Bylaw 004-26, being the Clearwater Park land use bylaw amendment, and that Council give third and final reading to Bylaw 004-26, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended. Application overview is mentioned in first reading. Just a little bit of background. The applicant has submitted a land use amendment application for the lot shown in the map located in Clearwater Park. You will notice that this lot has split zoning, residential multi-unit district R3 in the northern portion, and direct control residential multi-unit district DCR3 in the majority southern portion. The initial application was to redesignate to low-rise multi-unit residential district R4. Having seen the preliminary intent from the applicant, administration believed it was more suitable for the R3 district, leading to the proposed land use amendment to amend the R3 district and redesignate the northern portion to R3. So the process, here we are at the public hearing. Proposed amendments. The outline plan is essentially a formality to make the changes in the outline plan reflective of the redesignation from the direct control district to R3. They are mainly text, map, and table amendments in nature, and these are detailed in the request for decision report. For the land use amendments, to amend the building height in the residential multi-unit district R3, building height from 2 stories plus lofts for the principal building to 3 stories, up to 12 meters for the principal building, and to redesignate the northern portion of the stated lot there, is shown in attachment C, shown on the screen. So the rationale for recommendations: administration supports the proposed land use amendment as it will remove the split zoning, will result in one land use designation over the entire lot. Administration also considers the introduction of a 3-story height allowance to be minor in nature, given the maximum permitted building height and overall building massing will remain the same, and that the 3-story form can be easily accommodated within this height regulation. Policy review: the proposed amendments align with the applicable guiding documents, meaning the MDP, Clearwater Park ASP, and the outline plan will be concurrently amended per the request for decision, as well as the land use bylaw. Some implications, as discussed at first reading: the text amendment, the height change to allow 3 stories up to 12 meters would apply to all lands designated as residential multi-unit district R3. Note there is no increase to the maximum height. The redesignation will remove the split land use designation on the lot. Upon the redesignation, the authority to render decisions would change from council to administration. This will allow for one development permit on one parcel to be under one decision authority. A few discussion points from first reading. I'd like to speak to the DC in Clearwater Park. There has been a lot of staff changeover since then, but so this is somewhat speculative. It seems that initially the applicant, which is different than today's applicant, would have wanted more flexibility and uses than described in any one land use district. So they agreed to have DCR3, which gave decision authority to council. In addition to the R3 district, or in addition to what the R3 district allows, this main difference would be single detached dwellings in the DCR3, which the current applicant desires to have more specific use, to redesignate, which would allow for redesignate the land use, which would allow for a one development permit on one parcel under one decision authority, instead of 2 development permits and 2 decision authorities for one project. Speaking to the uses in the DCR3 district, the current DCR3 is still residential in nature. It is primarily allows for residential uses. So council would, if council was the decision authority as it currently stands, it would be based on these uses. So I just have a quick purpose of the DCR3 district from the land use bylaw, which this district is to provide for multi-unit residential development along with semi-detached and limited number of single detached dwellings to increase a variety of dwelling types within the community. Commercial land is designated and located more in Clearwater Park. If you follow Chestmere Boulevard down into Clearwater Park, and the road that separates the county and Chestmere is a township road, which has country residential and on the northern portion and urban residential on the Chestmere side. And then speaking to other similar forms as shown on the screen, the height of 12 meters with drive-under garages, yes, in our 4 districts, this already exists, and in the TC district that is close to City Hall here, does exist. Those R4 districts have a permitted use also of apartment buildings and townhouses, whereas in R3 district, there's a permitted use of townhouses, so you could say that would be the most intense use, for lack of a better word. So there would be no apartments in the R3 district, or there are none. Getting back to admin's thoughts that the 3-story height allowance is a minor change given the maximum permitted building height and overall massing remains unchanged. Public hearing, advertisement and input. The land use amendment was advertised on the city's website on January 27th, mailed to adjacent landowner and an email to adjacent municipalities. As of the 2nd of February, 0 submissions were received from the public. And this chart just basically states the same thing. As of the 2nd of February, there were no comments in support or opposition or general comments received. Administration supports the Clearwater Park outline plan amendment and the land use bylaw amendment with these recommendations as stated earlier to council. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great, thank you. Just before opening up to council, this may seem like a silly question, but I just want to be crystal clear on this. Changes in this bylaw do not change the height of the building. It changes the way the building essentially is utilized, correct? It's 12 meters, it's 12 meters, it's 12 meters.
Correct.
Correct? Thank you. Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And I may have missed this, so excuse me if I did. Through yourself, through administration, you, Mr. Leclerc, the question, yes, I understood that we're not increasing the height of the building itself. How will it affect the lane, if any, parking or anything like that? You know, I think the idea that there's more parking inside a garage that's front facing. But will there be any modifications? It should decrease parking on the street with this recommendation. Is that the case?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, it's conceivable that what you said, could happen. It could reduce parking. I would also say that
does it change the plan view of the building at all?
The R3 district will still have the same density as it always has, always will. So nothing is changing on that front. So if that kind of, I think, gets to what you're...
So that the overall, let's say the square area of the building will also remain the same, including the height. But when you're looking from a plan view, you'll see that the area will stay about the same.
Correct.
The building envelope. Perfect. Thank you. That answers my question. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Leclerc? Councillor Rondeau.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what is the main reason to change one plan to another to the front garage? Why? What is the reason?
Through the chair to Councillor Wendell, the applicant can also speak to it specifically, but to have drive-under garages might be an option for the market, certain people who want to live in the townhouse like that as well. I guess the possibility of having 3 stories as opposed to what exists now in R3, which is 2 stories plus a loft. So that third story in certain development forms, maybe there's bedrooms up there, could be more family oriented, possibly more room, I guess, if that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration before moving to the presentation from the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll now go to the presentation from the applicant. I don't have it listed here in my notes as to who the presenter is, so I apologize for the lack of my ability to do the introduction right now. Good morning.
Good morning. Your Worship and members of council, my name is Grant Mahalshin. I'm with B&A Studios. I'm a planning consultant and the applicant on this file. I'm here representing my client 360 Custom Homes in support of the proposed redesignation in Clearwater Park and to answer any questions that you may have. Our proposal seeks to redesignate a portion of the title parcel from DC, or a direct control district, to R3 to match the land use designation on the remainder of the parcel. The application also proposes to amend the R3 district number of stories from 2 plus a loft to 3 stories without impacting your overall height. The purpose of the land use is to allow for townhomes with drive-under garages and 2 floors of living space above. This also helps remove the split zoning that's currently on the property, and that would otherwise create maybe some administration issues at the development permit stage. So townhome development with drive-under garages is commonly found in many municipalities and provides a housing option with convenience of a heated attached garage and able to utilize living space for families. So the current DC only allows for residential uses and does not allow for commercial uses. There was a concern that was raised during the first reading. Commercial uses are intended on separate parcels on the south side of Chestermere Boulevard. The proposed land use redesignation would be consistent with the zoning found on the neighboring property to the west, on the west side of Clearwater Passage, and conforms to uses identified in the Clearwater Area Structure Plan, where multi-residential in a variety of forms is encouraged. So in conclusion, the proposed land use is compatible with the surrounding land uses, complies with the policies of the MDP and ASP, and provides a housing product that my client feels is in demand and will benefit for future residents. As such, Your Worship and members of council, we respectfully request your support for 3 readings of the proposed bylaw, and thank you for your consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much. Questions from council for the applicant? Wow, seeing none. Off the hook on this. There you go. I like it. I like it. Okay, so then moving now to public presentations. These would be in support. So we'll start in support. So again, if you would like to call in and speak in favor of bylaw 004-26, being the amendment to the Clearwater Park land use bylaw, the number for that is 587-579-3099. Again, to call in to speak in support is 587-579-3099. I do have one in front of me who did sign in to speak in favor, but it is the applicant who I believe who signed in. So I'm assuming I'm skipping you. Good. Awesome. Okay, so I'll set that to the side. So first of all, I will go to Legislative Services to see if we had any more written submissions that have come in past the deadline in support of bylaw 004-26. Miss White.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we did receive a written submission in favor of it. However, it was from the applicant. So you can make a motion to include that in the agenda if you wish, just for the record.
Yes, thank you. I think we should include it anyway. It's a practice that we've done. So can we have the traditional submissions from the? Okay, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
I move that council accept the additional written submissions from the public and direct administration to update the February 10th, 2026 agenda package accordingly and email the submissions to council.
Comments, questions from council? Question I have on this one is, first of all, this includes this motion, as I learned last time. This motion will include both in favor and in opposition. So then with that, I'm wondering if we should have them read into the record at all, or I'm just wondering how many we may have coming up in opposition, written submissions. Services.
Through the chair, so we have one in opposition for a written submission in opposition, but it would be the same process as we did last time. It would just be in the package and we would email them to you. So it would be part of the record.
Thank you. Council, I'm comfortable with the fact that we know that there's one in favor and we know that there's one opposed without necessarily having it to be read into, and we're going to be receiving that. But Council, would we like those read into the record? Or how do we feel? Do you want to hear what was said? Councillor Schindler?
I would like to hear them.
Okay, thank you.
Possible? That'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, the motion's on the floor of council accept the additional written submissions. So we're gonna accept them, but then also I think we will have them read in after we make this motion. So we're gonna accept the written submission. So call for the vote on accepting the written submissions. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then, even though we do know that it was the applicant who had submitted, I think to be fair to the process, if we're going to hear the one in opposition, we should hear the one in support. I'm not sure who from Ledge Services wants to take that, but are you going to rock, paper, scissors? Whatever you like. One of you is up.
Thank you, Your Worship, so I can handle this one. So this written submission is from the applicant, and I apologize if I say his last name wrong, but it is from Grant Mishkalin, and he states, "Hello, Mayor Dean, and on behalf of our client, 360 Homes, B&A Studios is supporting a land use redesignation application within the community of Clearwater Park. The application is slated for the February 10th public hearing agenda. The proposal seeks to redesignate a portion of the parcel from direct control, DC, to R3 to match the land use designation on the balance of this site. The application also proposes to amend the R3 district number of stories from 2 plus a loft to 3 stories without impacting overall maximum building height. The purpose of this land use amendment is to allow for townhomes with drive under garages and 2 floors of living space above, while removing split zoning that would create administrative issues and the development permit stage. The current DC district only allows for residential uses, not commercial uses. Although we are happy to host a 10 to 15 minute Teams meeting to answer any questions you may have and to clarify the purpose of this application, we anticipate you may not feel the need as this application is supported by administration and conforms to the policy of the NDP and Clearwater ASPP. Thank you for your time and consideration."
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so with that, then I will call for a first time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 004-26, calling a first time. Calling a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 004-26. And calling a third time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 004-26. Turning back to Ledge Services, have we had any phone calls come in to speak in favor? Okay, thank you. With that, then, we will move to the public presentations that are in opposition. So we will follow the same process. If you would like to call in to speak in opposition to Bylaw 004-26, the phone number to do that is 587-579-3099. Again, that's 587-579-3099 if you would like to call in and speak in opposition. I do have 3 names that are listed here who are wishing to speak in opposition of the Bylaw 004-26. And I apologize if I mess up on the names. You all have very, very beautiful handwriting. But if I mess this up, I apologize in advance. So the first one I have on here is Ivano. I apologize, I can't read it. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so you're coming to speak as a group. So I'm assuming you are Angela Holmes. Awesome. Okay, you have the best handwriting of the 3. So I see a lot of agreement from your counterparts here. So Angela Holmes is coming, and again, just for clarity for the public, totally appropriate for someone to come and speak to speak on behalf of a group. Somebody can come and speak on behalf of a group, and so Angela is coming to speak on behalf of a group of residents with regards to this matter. So good morning.
Okay, good morning, and thank you for listening to a few of my concerns. Bylaw needs to take into consideration that the multi-million-dollar homes across the street. When other developers had open houses to talk to Rockview residents about what was going in across the street, we were promised that homes across from Rockview would be single dwelling, and we were also promised a buffer or a berm to separate the two districts. As we all know, we were not included in any consultations on this development, so going forward, we would appreciate some consideration for what we have spent our lives building. The mailing that you mentioned is still the wrong addresses, and we have never received any. My questions are we going to be getting the front of these homes? It sounds like it's going to be the back. Again, it doesn't seem like you have big homes that are, and then you have these small townhouses. It just doesn't seem right. These should not be three-story buildings. It should be single-family homes to respect Rockview neighbors. Again, you realize, as I said, these are million-dollar homes. I really wish you would really reconsider what's going across the street in respect to us who have been there for many, many, many years. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about a couple other things briefly. Can I?
Yeah, you got 3 minutes to.
Okay. Since our access was taken away and now we currently are coming in through the neighborhood to get to Rockview, we are having a tough time getting through that narrow roadway with trailers or fifth wheels, not to mention when the school buses stop right on the corner and let their kids off, and then a whole bunch of cars are waiting to pick up their children. Big safety concern. And I'm glad to see that, yes, the garbage has been picked up, but sometimes we do have problems with, like, the city should be vigilant with dust control, garbage blowing across to our area. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Can I just ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Because there's something, a few things that stood out to me.
Okay.
So you said you were not included in the mail out.
Never.
How did you know about this morning?
About this morning?
Yeah. See, the public hearing's
it's,
coming.
Probably in the newspaper or something. My sister
Okay.
is the one that...
Sorry?
My sister told me that it was going to be today, so probably in the newspaper or something.
So she saw a notice somewhere,
Something.
whether that was
not
Facebook
mailed
or
to us.
otherwise.
But I'm just saying that usually any other time there was an open house
Yeah.
about, because it's been bought many, many times in the
Yeah.
past.
Yeah.
There was always somewhere you can go and they would tell you what they're going to do and they could ask for what you think should be there because we are neighbors. We was an intermunicipal district of Rockview, Chestermere kind of, right? With this one, nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And so then you guys are directly across the street then, essentially.
I am, he is. We are just around the corner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Calling a first time now for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to Bylaw 004-26. Calling a second time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to Bylaw 004-26. Again, if you wish to call in, 587-579-3099. Going to Legislative Services, I believe you had mentioned that we had one written submission, and so following the same process, if we could just have that read into the record, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to the rest of Council, we did have one written submission in opposition. And this is from Denver Fleming, and he states, I'm opposed to any increase in height, any increase to density of any R3, or any development in Chestermere. Stop wasting our time with this nonsense. You all were elected to stop the high density crisis, and instead you're bringing more changes and approvals to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And calling a third time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to Bylaw 004-26. Thank you. A call back now on the applicant to come back and Grant, you can speak to anything that you heard with a within the next 10 minutes. Anything that was heard spoken in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just in relation to the letter about increased height and density, there is no proposed changes to height and density with this application. As for the front or back of the building, that'll be determined at the development permit stage. But I believe the concept that I've seen so far from an architect would have frontage onto the side streets. Access issues cannot really speak to, but the density that, or the form of housing that is allowed under the current direct control district allows for townhomes as well as singles, and is not exclusively for singles. So that concludes my rebuttal.
Thank you. Can you speak, something else that was brought up was buffer zones and distance. Can you, do you know at all the distance between where this particular housing units are going and adjacent properties that are located in Rockview County?
I don't have that information with me, but JP, if you happen to do that, but the boundary with the city of Chestermere is on the north side of the road to Chestermere Boulevard. So the distance of the width of the road right away, perhaps it is in the range of say 25 meters before the property's on the Rocky View side.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions, any final questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Are there any final comments or coming from administration?
I can't, through the chair, I can't speak specifically on the distances. I know in the Clearwater Park outline plan, there is, with one of the speaker to opposition mentioned, there is a distance and a berm that is in the outline plan that would be followed. Speaking to that as well, there is currently, as the applicant mentioned, on that on the Chestermere side, adjacent to Rocky View, there already is R3 currently being built. So this is not a one-off or what have you. There is already adjacent higher density, you could say, besides single family that already has been approved.
Do we have any either concept plan, conceptual drawing of any kind that demonstrates that distance and berm that we're able to bring up? Do we have anything that we can show that would demonstrate that, or no?
I think if we went to the outline plan, there's a page that we could illustrate.
Lead services, do we have access to that? I think we just have some counselors commenting on the fact that they're looking for a page within the outline plan for that.
Page 90?
Can we try page 90, please, Ledge Services?
Of the agenda, yeah.
Of the agenda, yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, that is the outline plan, just for clarification.
Can we, okay. Okay, can you just speak to what we're looking at here then, just a little bit, please?
So it's basically the distance between the nearest homes from across that road in Rocky View County and in the city.
So we're currently talking the distance of 144.8 meters from the home to where this development would go. Is that correct? Am I reading that right? Or 71.6?
Is there any more details on that page? Sorry. Like if you zoom out or? In through the chair in real time, I'm not 100%. Oh, I think it's just different. Yeah, so it's speaking to different cross sections. You can keep it on that same page, sorry. So it's both the township road. Yeah, that's the township road. So that's the main.
Sorry. Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Josh, if you scroll down. Scroll down a little bit more. to see this AA and this BB. So those designate the areas of what this is showing, delineating. So BB is up the road more, and AA is closer towards, or this, BB is closer towards the parcel, and AA is in Keaton Estates, which is another part of Rocky View.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to bring this up to address the comment that came up there. Okay. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I'm not. Thank you, Mayor. Through the mayor to administration, I'm not seeing a cross section for what is the direct control district. So I'm wondering if the applicant had an idea as to the distance from the road allowance to the proposed front garages at all.
Sorry, I do not have a concept plan with me that identifies, but that'll be dealt with at the development permit stage, and it'll comply with all the rules and regulations of the district.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think what we're getting at here is, as we're looking at development and as we're looking at things, we just we want to be able to speak to some specific concerns and just learn how to continue to be good neighbors while recognizing that we continue to grow as a city, and that Clearwater Park in general is a new development that is coming. So speaking to some of the concerns that were raised in opposition from some of our residents, this is already approved. And this is a simple change from the typology of how the house looks. This is not an increase in density. This is not a change in zoning. This is a typology of how this particular building looks. Other than that, this has already been approved. I just think that that's a good point of clarity here for us within this public hearing piece. Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, if I may add a little bit of clarity, if you look at the screen, this section of land that's identified as BB would be more applicable in this case because the houses on the Rocky View side are already set back quite a bit. And so even if I was to take a safer number, it would be no less than 100-ish meters between the townhouse and the houses that are already constructed, if the section BB is correct. So would have quite a bit of space in between the houses in Rocky View. The way they're constructed the back of the lots, and this side.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions from council for administration with regards to the public hearing? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask for the motion, please, to close the public hearing. Can I have the motion to close the public hearing, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Mr. Mayor, that council close the public hearing for bylaw number 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 11:50 a.m.
Comments, questions of council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's test this, and we'll see how the timing works out here over the next few minutes. So I'd like to move to second reading for Bylaw 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment for second reading. So I want to open up again just for general conversation before giving second reading. So either general conversation and or general questions from council. If you need any clarity on the process we are embarking on here with second reading for Bylaw 004-26. So general questions and or comments from council. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll get us started. Without getting into debate, I think, I know, right? I think that the DC was put there for a reason. I think that it was put there to control the interface between us and Rocky View. And I understand that there's less density on the Rocky View side, so there's only 3 people sitting here to talk about it, but it is important. It's something that we're going to have to take into account as we develop into Rocky View. And we want to make sure that we're being appropriate and mindful, thank you, Robert, of the residents that aren't necessarily our residents, but our neighbors. So I think it was put into the ASP as DC for that exact reason. And I think that we should maintain that in good faith and also keep consistent in our stance of phasing in development between us and other large lot residential. So,
thank you. I believe Mr. Chandiok has some comments on that.
Through the chair, to Councillor Grant, thank you for that observation. I have spoken to the consultants who prepared the original outline plan, and their initial message to me was it was primarily done because they wanted some flexibility surrounding the uses in that area. My recommendation to council would be that council either converts the entire lot into DC or converts the entire lot into R3. At this point, the lot is split zone, which does not really give us much clarity surrounding who's the development authority. Is it council or is it administration? So my request of council is whatever decision you take, either convert it all into DCR3 or convert it all into R3. I do not necessarily believe this is an overly complicated issue. It's a standard residential R3 development. But again, it is to council's discretion. This is something that we deal with on a daily basis, approving townhouses and stuff. So again, in closing, I'll just say, choose one option, either take all of the lot towards DCR3 or all of it towards R3. Do not leave the lot split zone.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, I agree with you, Mr. Shantiuk. I think we should go one way or the other. I know which way I'm leading. The other part of that is, maybe I'll save it, actually. I'll save it.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Edney, you, at the risk of upsetting you, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I wonder if you can just speak to what happens during processes like this and the interplay of notifications for people that live within another municipality and work that we're doing within our municipality when it comes to, so there's the public open houses, which is not the purview of the city. Public open houses are the purview of the developer. They do the open houses. The city does the public hearings. I'm just wondering if there's anything that council should know about. That concern just stands out to me, and I just wonder if you were able to address it in any way, Mr. Edney.
Do you want to take a shot at that?
Mr. Chandiok. Good deflection, Mr. Edney. Oh, Mr. Edney.
You go ahead.
Through the chair, to your worship, typically at the stage of public hearing, we would circulate notices depending on the type of application that we received. It is typically on developers to host public open houses to inform residents in the nearby area. Now, there's a technical, I guess, distinction here because across the road is Rocky View County and this side is City of Chestermere, so there's a little bit of an interface play here. Typically, cities would not necessarily share personal information of who's living on the other side. And in that case, it sort of restricts us to send out notifications specifically to certain, residents surrounding the area that we're talking about. But the process around advertising public notifications, public hearing, in this case was followed through. We had advertised the public hearing on our social media channels, on the municipal website. So everything that we typically do was still done. The bigger thing at play here is that across the street is Rocky View County, and we don't necessarily know who lives there. And Rocky View, I don't think, would share information for their, residents to a different jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you. It sounds like there's two separate things that are being requested across these two issues. That's the rezoning from the DCR3 to just R3. The other one is the definition of the 3 stories up to 12 meters. So if council wanted to consider redesignating that entire block to the DCR3, would we still be able to consider that other portion of changing the definition, I guess, then of DCR3 to include the 3 stories up to 12 meters?
Mr. Chaniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, the regulations in DCR3 and R3 are pretty much the same. What it does is it changes the authority of who's rendering the decision. If it's DCR3, any application comes to council with the same set of regulations, more or less. If it's R3, then the administration renders a decision on the application. So that's the distinction between DCR3 and R3. As for the height, the building height is not changing. The typology that we're talking about already sort of exists. All we're doing is changing 2 stories plus loft to 3 stories to allow for design to be a little bit more comprehensive and more appealable, and to take some on-street parking off-street into the garages. That's what our recommendation is. Height is not changing. The typology is not changing. The massing of the building is not changing. All that's changing is on that small sliver of parcel, which is where council's authority is currently to render decision. It'll come back to administration, and we can look at the entire site comprehensively rather than bringing a small portion of it to council and us rendering a decision on 80% of the land. So it allows for a more comprehensive use, so to say, by changing the zoning, and the typology for the most part sort of still stays the same. You're not even going to be noticing the difference between, the current building, if it was constructed with 2 stories plus loft, to the 3-story building. The massing of the building, again, like I said, is still going to stay the same. The height stays the same. The density stays the same. It's just the internal, schematics of the building that will change.
It's also timelines, too, right? If it's coming to council, it's going to take longer.
100% through the chair. Yes, if it is coming to council, it's going to take a lot longer than us rendering a decision on it.
To take longer to essentially end up in the exact same place.
That's something
right, like
that I cannot
that's what I think we
speak.
should clarify here, is that you're almost essentially ending up in the same place. It's more cumbersome.
Through the chair, yes, the process is a little bit more lengthier. I won't necessarily call it cumbersome. It is lengthier to bring it to council. But again, you're reviewing it against the same set of rules and regulations that we are reviewing it against, for the most part. So with that said, if it is brought forward to council, it could take 2 months, 3 months, depending on how long the process is, the review process is. We'll still be presenting you our recommendation. We've reviewed the application. These are, some of the choke points. These are the positives and negatives. And then council gets to make a decision on the application. So instead of us making a decision on the planning rationale, you are making the decision. When you make a decision, there is no appealing authority. So nobody can appeal the decision. It does not go to SAB. When we make the decision, there's an opportunity for people to appeal our decision and go to SDAB with their concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
I think I'm in danger of getting into the debate, Mayor Dean, so.
Okay. Councillor Sambo? Nope. Okay. Okay, I want to test second reading, and then we'll go from there and see how this plays out here over the next few minutes before taking our lunch break. I'd like to propose that we have, so that we can enter into debate and have council make the motion to give second reading to Bylaw 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Amendment. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, Mayor, the council give second reading to bylaw number 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So I would slightly disagree with you. You know me. I'm all about reducing red tape usually, to make processes easier, less expensive, and just get through the process faster for everybody, right? It's better. But the problem I have with this one is if we change the land use designation away from DC, then we effectively give up any ability we have to make sure that this interface is appropriate. If this goes to administration, there will be 3-story townhouses built across from these people. No doubt in my mind. If this ends up having to come back to council, I believe that there will be an opportunity that this interface will be more appealing to our neighbors. And I take that into account. You know, I understand these people are Rocky View, but I think they should be treated with the same consideration that we treat our own residents. And this is a line that I've been trying to hold for our residents when we have developments come in here, that density can't be rammed up right next to large lot residential. It needs to be phased in. We need to be considerate. We need to be respectful, but we also need to develop. So that's where I am on that point, and I guess I'll kind of leave it at that for now.
Thank you. I guess the only part that I'm questioning with that is this is already R3. But R3 DC and R3, as we've heard from Mr. Chandiok, is essentially the same. And there's no proposal in front of us right now for a difference in that. This is essentially changing, again, a house typology that has a garage instead of, to me, this is simplistic. To me, this is, instead of having a front porch, you have a garage. So we're increasing the parking possibilities and getting rid of street parking, which we talk about a lot on this council. And I guess to my comment about the cumbersome, I guess I accidentally demonstrated my cards of my strong belief in small government and having government get out of the way as much as possible. So I guess I apologize for my word cumbersome. It's more just my personal values on small and large government. I guess I showed my side there. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. There are 2 parts to this, and the second part that I haven't mentioned yet is the 3-story part of the land use to R3, and I think that's appropriate. I do agree I think that matches Calgary. In my opinion, that's probably how it should have been to begin with. I don't think you should have to go to R4 to get a 3-story townhouse. I think R3 is very appropriate for that. So I do agree with that portion of it. The portion that I don't agree with is the land use designation. And if it's about simplicity, then let's just change it to DC and be done with it. We have stuff come all the time that maybe I don't prioritize as much, but I think this is important. And I think that by changing this to DC, we'll never see it again. And then we lose that opportunity to make sure that this is done in a respectful manner, in an appropriate manner. If we don't, it'll go away and we won't see it again. And I'm not comfortable with that because I feel that we wear that egg a lot of, well, we didn't do this and now we're wearing it. Okay, well, we have an opportunity to actually do something about it, and I would like to try.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Schindler.
I see where everybody's coming, and I have this, I'm looking at it from, the cars are going to come out straight out of these houses, straight onto that road that used to be Chestermere Boulevard, that probably still is Chestermere Boulevard. And there will be likely street parking there, so people will line the streets with their cars. I'm just not seeing it being, just giving up that control. People can then put those garages facing Rocky View County as opposed to perhaps a lane in which we can direct traffic away from that road and people can park off the streets. So I'm hesitant to let go of DC at the moment.
Going to administration, I don't think that's true. I don't think that the garages are going onto Chestermere Boulevard. Is that true?
Through the chair, as mentioned by the applicant, like this would be determined at the DP stage, right? So we're in land use right now, so
fair.
It's not really part of the.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I resonate with all the comments that have been made, but that last piece I think is important. I think to Councillor Grant's line of questioning and comments there, the DC is just a spot check. So I don't think we could influence the number of stories on this if it came back, but it sounds like maybe we could have some visibility on the frontage and the aesthetic or, something like that. And I think it actually is worth to come back to council because of that interface with Rocky View County. And I do think it is important to be good neighbors with our county friends.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to this motion? Okay, yeah, my final comment on this is I appreciate the commentary, and that's what I respect about our council is how we come at it from different lenses. To me, this is a simple one, and there's also a possibility at third for further debate. So for myself, I will be voting in favor of second reading for this, just because for me, this is a simple change that I don't want to overly further lengthen some processes with regards to this, just because I feel like on this particular issue, we're going to end up in the same spot anyway. Appreciating all the comments of, yeah, absolutely. I think we've been very clear, which is why I love the changes that we've made within our municipal development plan, some of the other changes that we've seen that we're making, even changes that we did this morning with our secondary suites. We've really talked about the protection, if you will, of our established neighborhoods. Whereas I just see this as different, and even looking at how Clearwater Park came about when I was a councillor, and having sat on council when this happened, having that background also from being a councillor, it also influences my decision making at the moment. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could you help me understand also the implication of this? Because it's a bylaw, if it was defeated.
Yeah, thank you. If it was defeated, it could come back in 6 months. So if this gets defeated at second reading right now, then it is essentially defeated. Now, the applicant could bring it back then again for another swing in 6 months. Any other comments, questions from council? Thank you. Call for the vote on second reading. So that motion is defeated by majority vote, which means we will not be proceeding with third reading. Thank you. With that, we will break for lunch, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. We are just coming back from our lunch break and jumping back into our agenda. We'll follow the agenda here in order, which means that now we need to lift from the table item 8.1.4 being bylaw 040-25, secondary suites land use bylaw amendment. Can I have a councillor make the motion to lift from the table, please? Councillor Sandbo.
I can do that, Your Worship. I move that Council lift agenda item 8.1.4, being bylaw 040-25, secondary suites land use bylaw amendment, from the table.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so where we had left off was we had made motions with regards to golf course residential to R1L, and the next one that we had on here to talk about was frontage. Along with frontage, I want to bring up the idea around R2 semi-detached direct control. So the reason I wanted to bring this one up specifically is that this would have to do with during our public hearing, we had received comments from the public, and one of the things that I think that we've demonstrated here throughout the morning is listening to concerns and questions that have come from the public. And so we may recall that this is very specific to an area over in Kinnenberg. With regards to some development that is happening over there, and would address it was, you know, really the issue was around affordability and looking at something specifically in that area, which is why I'm specifically bringing up this one. So, Mr. Chaniak, I was wondering if you could shed a little bit more light on R2 semi-detached and R2 detached direct control, and how that could relate to secondary suite, and perhaps how we could incorporate that within the bylaw. Mr. Chaniak.
Through the chair, to members of council, DCR2, currently the zone in the land use bylaw, has the same set of uses that are excuse me, has the same set of uses that are permitted and discretionary in the R2 zone. And so if any of those uses were to come to council, council would be evaluating it against the permitted and discretionary uses in the standard R2 zone, which allows for, so R2 allows for semi-detached dwelling units, duplexes. It allows for secondary suites as a discretionary use only if they are in association with a single detached dwelling only. So currently, semi-detached dwelling units on an R2 lot would not be eligible for a secondary suite. That's the regulation that we have in the bylaw. If it was to be brought forward to council, council again would evaluate against the same set of uses, which does not permit secondary suites on a semi-detached dwelling unit in DCR2.
Thank you. And how many have we been able to find? How many DCR2s we have throughout the city of Chestermere? Like, how wide? If we were to make this change, how much would we be impacting?
There are two areas in Kinnenberg primarily that are zoned DCR2. I have a map in front of me. I can print copies of it if council wants to take a look at it. They're primarily towards the back end of Kinnenberg. So, sorry, around this area, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And then there's a strip here, right across at the back of the commercial plaza there. I can print this map if council wants to take a look.
No, I think we're okay, because those were the exact areas that were referred to when those 11 residents and that particular home builder came and speak to us. That those were the exact areas that they were referring to. So all I am suggesting is that within the secondary suites bylaw, that we allow secondary suites as a use in DCR2. And it would address that issue that came up at public hearing, as we've done with Lakefront and as we've done with the golf course. So the motion would be council directed administration to add secondary suites as a discretionary use, within direct control R2 areas. Mr. Chania, can you do what you've done all morning and make us all look smart?
Directed.
Yeah, through the CAO to City Director, can you make us look smarter, please?
Through the chair, I'd recommend the language add secondary suite use as a discretionary use within the DC R2 zoning. Do you want to permit on semi-detached lots? I think that's where.
Yes.
Okay. And in brackets, say, in association with single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings.
Okay, before moving to debate, any comments with regards to the wording of the motion? Okay. Can I have Councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
So move Council Director Administration to add secondary suites as a discretionary use within the direct control R2 zoning in association with single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, council. One of the things that Legislative Services had said is that they were then going to be able to come back with a bit of a red line version on the amendment so that they could show us what we had done today to hopefully simplify our motion. So we just had done one. So perhaps we could look at the red line version unless council, following the same process that we've done. So within the process that we had done was we removed Lakefront R1L. We removed golf course so that they cannot be. The only thing we haven't dealt with in any way directly yet is frontage. So I don't know. I know, Councillor Grant, this was something you had been mentioning. I'm not sure if you had a motion in the queue to bring up with that before we look at this red line, or Councillor Grant, would you like to look at this red line and then go to that motion? Kind of how would you like to proceed with that, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I briefly saw the motion as Josh, or the red line items as Josh had them up, and I didn't see this one here, so I think it would be fine to, or I didn't see anything addressing the frontage, so I think it'd be fine to make a motion or amendment to it.
So yeah, and the reason I'm turning it over to you is this is the one that you were kind of pushing for the most. So
absolutely,
just looking for what wording, and then we can again go back to Mr. Chandiok to help.
Yeah, there we go. This Mr. Chandihook GPT.
That's right.
So basically, I would be in favor of limiting secondary suites where the prohibiting secondary suites where the frontage is less than 7 meters, exclusive of the driveway.
Okay. The only question I would have with that very quickly would be if that comes into conflict with what we just did with DCR2. Which one wins? Or does that make sense?
The DCR2 would probably get a variance.
No. Why don't we let administration, Mr. Chandiok?
Through the chair, because it's a development direct control district, the applications for that will come to council.
Okay.
At which point council has the ability to exercise their discretion.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So why don't we put the wording up and see how we're feeling about it? So, Councillor Grant, I'll turn your mic back on. Can you say that again, what you're looking for?
Prohibit the use of secondary suites within R1 and R2 districts where the frontage is less than 7 meters, exclusive of a driveway.
Okay, first of all, going to Mr. Chadiak, just in general, are there any issues with the wording of this from a CGI standpoint?
Through the chair to Councillor Grant, if you could clarify what do you mean by exclusive of the driveway?
So you're not taking the driveway into account of the frontage, right? You can't park a car in front of a driveway and say that it's good. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Correct. So you want it to say excluding the driveway.
Sure. Yep.
Also, do you want 7 meters on one side of the driveway? Because typically driveways are constructed at the center.
Contiguous?
Contiguous, 7 meters excluding the driveway.
So then what if what if there are two houses beside each other?
Then they should have 7 meters on the opposite sides for it to be applicable. And then, but I understand what you're saying with the direct control, and I think that just has to be a discretion that we have for that type.
Sorry, but you want to put this everywhere, so.
I do.
Yeah.
With the allowance that if an R2 DC comes back, we have the purview to allow it. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Or not correct?
That wasn't my question.
Try again.
Question on your wording is that if I have two homes that are beside each other, and I have a driveway, and then I have 4 feet, and then I have 4 feet and the driveway, so I have 8 feet, right? You're saying, meters, sorry. So you're saying, no, that doesn't work. It's got to be on that property line, 7 meters on that property line.
Yeah, the 7 meters has to be continuous because we're using that 7 meters as a parking space for a car, and cars don't come in 4 meters, I think.
I apologize, I'm not being very clear. I have a property line. Okay?
Sure.
And my property line, it goes driveway, grass, driveway.
Okay.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay. The total between is 7 meters. Could be 10 meters. The total between the driveways is 10 meters, but it goes over 2 property lines. Over a property line.
Then no.
So you're suggesting with this that no, the 7 meters has to be within that property line.
I think as a standard, I would prefer to see it that way, and I do understand what you're trying to do with the DC,
Yeah.
and I think it still works.
Okay. Go back to Mr. Chanak, and then we'll go to Councillor Warzanowski.
Through the chair to Councillor Grant, we currently do not take on-street parking in consideration when we are approving secondary suites. So I'd like a little bit more clarity on this, specifically if council is asking us to take on-street parking into consideration for of secondary suites. The way this is worded right now, R1 lots are 13.84 meters, give or take somewhere on that number. And so if that's just the minimum width of the lot. Now that lot could be 16 meters, it could be 20 meters as well. And in that case, it would have, I don't know, maybe 10 parking spaces on the lot itself, which would qualify it to have secondary suites. Are we now restricting a 20-meter lot that can accommodate 10 cars just because they do not have enough frontage? If the driveway is like 3-car garages and stuff like that, or 4-car garages, and they don't have enough paved area or unpaved area, are we now going to start restricting secondary suites there just because there is not enough street parking, but there is enough parking on the lot? So I'd like some clarity surrounding that. I understand the intention. I think your original intention was to deal with smaller lots, small width lots that were like 9 meters or something like that. But by adding R1 and R2 there, we are changing R1's, a lot could be zoned R1 and it could be 13 meters in width or it could be 20 meters in width. But just by adding R1, we've put all of them into the same category. I think the original idea was surrounding the width of the lot rather than the zoning. So,
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand what you're saying. I agree. I do think we do need to define that a little bit. I would be fine with adding another use of if you have a 3-car driveway, that would count as well. I'm okay with that because I see what you're saying. I do disagree that driveway parking is a good solution for secondary suites because, as we all know, people put stuff in their driveway. They don't end up parking in the garage. So I think a good compromise would be to leave it at 7 meters, or that there is a 3rd car parking spot within the property.
Mr. Chandiak?
through the chair, we wouldn't approve, so for the principal dwelling unit, we would require 2 parking spots on the property itself. Now, that includes the garage and the driveway. Outside of that, we require, currently, in the land use bylaw, we require 1 additional parking spot for the secondary suite. The proposal that we brought forward to council considers changing it from 1 parking stall for the secondary suite to 1 parking stall per bedroom in the secondary suite. So that is also one of the proposals. So if you have a 2-bedroom basement suite that you're bringing forward, you would now need 2 car parking on the lot. 2 of those parking spots could be in the garage, 2 of them could be on the driveway. Now, from what I'm gathering from the conversation, I think you're only limiting it to cars on the driveway, and you're not taking garage into consideration when the primary purpose of the garage is to park cars.
Correct, I'm not, because a car blocks a car and it's not a parking spot for the car inside the garage anymore, right? So I understand what you're saying. There is nuance. And I don't think I'm not intending to capture all the nuance. I want to give something that will provide some relief to residents. It's not going to be perfect, I understand that, but I want to put something out there that will show that we're trying to address this in a thoughtful way with still allowing some leeway for the situations where it's not onerous or obtrusive on your neighbors. And that's it on the face of it. So if there's a better way to put this to get that done, I'm open to it. I think we're getting close. So I would like to find a way to make something like this usable for you.
If I may suggest, my recommendation here would be that council direct administration to look into this and give us a date by which you want it back. This could be bigger than what's on the screen, because we may have to look at other impacts in the land use bylaws to where everything changes. If we are now starting to consider street parking into the parking calculation for all of these lots, we may have to change other regulations in the land use bylaw. So while I do appreciate the intention, if council is open to giving us some time to look into the specific possibility and bringing forward an amendment for council's consideration specific to this point, I'd appreciate it. I just feel this is going to create way more confusion than what it's trying to resolve at this point with the language that's currently on the screen.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I understand what you're saying, and I can get on board with that. I'm a little frustrated because that's how I thought we got here to begin with. I've said I put this motion forward to bring this down, and then we came with let's add secondary suites to R1 planned front drive as a solution, when I was very explicit on this point many times, and we didn't bring any solutions for it. And now we're sitting here trying to wordsmith something together to make it make sense. So I understand what you're saying. I think I personally am fine with giving that leeway to go back and make another attempt at this, but I am frustrated because I thought that's what we were trying to get to today.
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd also like to see us get to second and potentially third reading and move this forward, because we made some progress on some of the other motions that we've suggested. I also don't believe that designating 7 meters of available parking, I'm certainly appreciative of not having adequate parking on the street for secondary suites, because we all know that people park there. And I'm with Councillor Grant in the fact that you block yourself on the drive where somebody, puts their old mattresses in their garage, that they can no longer use the garage as a parking stall. So I have a few recommendations before we present this motion. One, I don't think it necessarily applies to R1 or R2, as long as we're clear on what that frontage needs to look like, because it can apply to everything and supersede anything that has a frontage lower than what was originally suggested by administration of having that 13.84 total width. Will likely achieve the same thing instead of trying to designate 7 meters from the property line on the edge of your driveway, and then somebody sneaks an extra inch on this side and an extra inch on that side, and then there's too much debate. Let's just make it 13.84 and move on. That's what I'm suggesting. And remove R1, R2, because it'll apply to everything that is eligible either discretionarily, if that's a word, or if it's allowed to have secondary suites.
Okay. We're going to take a swing at this from the chair of the chair. So here, I'm going to make a recommendation that we go back to the red line version, look at the red line version, and see if everything that we have in here right now is acceptable for second reading. Proceed with second reading. After we proceed with second reading, should it pass, then allow, and then have, I suggest we not do third reading today now at this point, given what's come up, and then give Councillor Grant the opportunity to go back to his proposed motion, because it sounds like this could go back and forth, and I am not convinced that we're going to land on something that's going to have all of us feel comfortable with third reading today, which could then lead to a vote people may not want to make. Whereas if we do second reading today, it demonstrates the things. So and the reason I'm suggesting this is that if we put these in on second reading today, these are all ones that we've already agreed to. So it will demonstrate to the public the direction that's probably going to happen with third reading with all of these items, right? With a measure of confidence, knowing it could change, but with a measure of confidence that probably not. But then allow for that time to happen. And then in terms of timeline, what I would suggest is that we schedule third reading via motion today. So that would give the deadline to administration, which then would speak to your concern, Councillor Grant. So I'm just going to eyeball this again really quickly. My suggestion is let's go through the red line, do second reading, see where that lands. Should second reading pass, then and again, second reading is the things that we've all voted on already. Then allow for that motion to happen and schedule third reading for a near future council date. Allow administration to do that work that they're asking for, the time to do, and then proceed from there. So, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm accepting of your solution. I think it's fine. It helps move this along, and it also gives administration the time that they're looking for to be thoughtful about their recommendation for how to address this. The only other thing I'd like to bring forward is that secondary suites is largely here, born out of the frustration of our residents from cul-de-sacs.
Yeah.
And the SDAB and their chair has come here and specifically said, please give us the tools to address these cul-de-sacs because their hands are tied. So I want to make sure that that is explicitly heard, that that is an issue. The frontage is an issue, and we need to find a method to address that. And I hope that given the time and your option here, Mayor Dean, that will happen.
Okay. So, okay, sorry, Councillor Worzanowski?
No, I agree with everything being suggested by you, Mayor Dean, and I hear the commentary from Councillor Grant. The other thing I would mention is if we keep it to what other municipalities do, that 13.8-ish number, it also, there are lots of communities that will build wider driveways where they're allowed to, where they use them as actual parking that's off the street. By putting that 7 meters, we limit ourselves from that. So I'm still hopeful that when we get to, should second pass and we get the third reading, that administration comes back to us with a simple, elegant solution that addresses Councillor Grant's concerns and most certainly our cul-de-sac owners, their concerns, which would be, the most important. So thank you for that.
Okay, so looking at the red line version, so the red line version, what we're saying is that, so nothing from first reading essentially has changed. We passed the first reading. What we've added, can you scroll down again, please? Thank you. Remove the use of secondary suites from section 10.5.3 under section 10.5 residential lakeshore R1L of the land use bylaw to the proposed bylaw 040-25 secondary suites land use amendment. So with that, then it removes secondary suites from R1L. But I think we have to, Mr. Redney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a suggestion, the way the motion was, remove all that because you're already in that bylaw.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Good?
And you can probably remove of the land use bylaw because it's amending the land use bylaw. Up in number 5. There you go.
Okay, good. Okay, the second one then. Prohibit secondary suites in golf course residential land use designation as identified in map 2 land use designation of the municipal development plan. And then third one, secondary suites use as a discretionary use within district direct control R2 zoning in association with single detached and semi-detached dwellings. So, Mr. Chaniok.
Through the chair, on point number 7, I'd just add the word add, ADD, starting of the sentence. That's it.
Okay. So then that would address the things that we've talked about today. And so again, this doesn't bring the bylaw into effect. It just pushes it to second reading. But I think, in my opinion, will give our residents confidence, the direction this is headed, with the caveat that we do have, there's going to be another motion that's going to come here real quick that's going to give hopefully some confidence as to what we're going to be doing with regards to frontage and or cul-de-sacs. So, Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a quick question through yourself to Mr. Chandiak or Mr. Edney in regards to number 6 on this proposed amendment to this bylaw. Should we designate which version of the municipal development plan in case one of these, in case one supersedes the other, or is it always going to? Because if map 2 changes in the next MDP, then are we going to go back and change this as well? For example, okay,
Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, you can put the current municipal development plan from approved September 10th, I think it was, approved on September 20th, 2025.
Okay, thank you.
May have to just check the date. September 10th was.
I think September is fine.
September, yeah.
You're within 30 days.
We did one in 2025.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't make us start second guessing now, Councillor Sample. Okay. With that, can I have a motion, please, for second reading as amended? So the amendments are the red lines, obviously. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council give second reading to Bylaw 040-25, being the secondary suites land use bylaw amendment as amended.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. Okay, so that's carried unanimously. Okay, now, Councillor Grant or Mr. Chandiak, Bylaw GPT, how would you like the next motion to read so that we can address what Council will be looking for third reading? Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair to the chair, if the specific concerns are surrounding cul-de-sacs, maybe that is something that you should mention in the motion. And I think we've got the intention of what council is trying to do. We'll probably come back with a couple of solutions, and council can probably choose from those options if council is on board with any of those solutions.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take a swing at this. Council Direct Administration to bring back solutions, recommendations. Nope, just recommendations. For secondary suites in cul-de-sac areas. Okay, let's bat around the wording for a minute. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I think this captures the intention. It may not just include cul-de-sacs. I think it's wherever we have a parking problem, which is typically cul-de-sacs, it's an easy one, but there may be other areas with frontages similar to cul-de-sacs. So I think we want to just cover such as to include, but not limited to cul-de-sacs.
Okay, so I'll take another swing at this. For secondary suites in cul-de-sacs and in cul-de-sac areas and areas with less than 7-meter frontages, excluding driveways. Councillor Grant, am I getting close? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think that'd be fine. I think the most important thing is that administration is clear on what we're looking for.
Yep.
And if they are, then this is good with me.
Okay, Mr. Chaniak.
To the chair, we're good with it.
Okay, so now we need to add the date, because that's when we'll do add the third readings. Mr. Shaniok?
Chair, I think if you give us about a month, we should be able to bring back something.
Thank you. So why don't we schedule it then for March 24th?
Sure, we're okay with it.
Or, two questions. Do we want to schedule it for March 20th? Council, do you want to have this come to GAP first, and then we can kick it around and have it come back on the 24th to council? Or do you just want to have it come straight to the 24th? I'm hearing different things, so why don't we try, let's do it officially. So the March 17th Governance and Priorities meeting. Does anybody want to speak to the wording with regards to this? No. Okay, so can I have, I'm going to turn this to Councillor Grant. Councillor Grant, can you make the following motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council direct administration to bring back recommendations for secondary suites in cul-de-sac areas and areas with less than 7-meter frontages, excluding driveways, and bring it back on the March 17th, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you, Councillor Grant. I'm going to put you on the spot for the last time for the next 5 minutes. And that would be, we had also talked about a kind of a commitment that we had made as we were coming out of this was scheduling third reading. We know that this is coming on March 17th. Do we want to wait until March 17th when this comes, or would you like to book a third reading today, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would like to wait so that what we're passing is all encompassing of everything we'd like to see.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney?
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to say, yeah, don't book the third reading yet until we see what happens on the 17th, because the next meeting has already missed our deadlines. So if there's changes, it'll have to come back in April. If you're happy with what we present and you can pick it, then we'll be good to potentially add it to the next meeting after that.
Oh, yeah. No, I was going to take that into account.
Okay.
I was there.
Perfect.
Okay. Good. Okay. Any other motions, concerns that people want to bring with regards to the secondary suites conversation? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you. We're now going to go to... So then, we only did second reading. So how do we want to tackle Bylaw 002-26 parking regulations for boarding houses? Because I feel like this is going to be impacted by the March 17th conversation. So I'm going to recommend that we table item 8.1.5 until after the March 17th Governance and Priorities meeting. Because I think it's going to have a direct impact. Yep. Okay. So I need a motion, please, to table item 8.1.5. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Through the chair, that item is already tabled because we haven't lifted that item from the
right.
table yet, so.
So we can just leave it tabled.
Yeah.
Because we had side eye, right? We didn't do anything with it. Oh, good. Well, then we're going to skip it. I like it. Okay, so now we're on to item 8.1.6, which is the Mural Outline Plan being presented by Mr. Josh David. Welcome back. Oh, sorry. We need to lift this from the table. I know that's what they're about to yell at me about. Yeah, it is. Okay. Can I have a councillor make the motion to lift from the table, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council lift from the table agenda item 8.1.3 being the mural outline plan from the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of council.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're on to 8.1.6 mural outline plan being presented by Mr. Josh David. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dean and members of council. We won't go over the whole presentation again. That was presented at the public hearing, but we are here to answer any questions or concerns that you might have surrounding.
Yes, thank you. What I'm going to be asking for is we're going to be calling for a in-camera session So we're going to call here for a quick closed session under advice from officials, section 29. So Mural outline plan, access information, section 29, advice from officials. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 1:39 p.m. to discuss the following: Mural Outline Plan, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 29, advice from officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have the motion to come out of closed session, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 1:57 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a quick 10-minute break to get our public all back in, and we will come back at 2:10. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break and now going back to the Mural outline plan as presented by Mr. Josh David, Planner 1. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so as mentioned just before the break, happy to answer any questions or concerns that council may have in relation to second reading here.
Thank you. So opening up to council for comments, questions, or concerns, or that they would like to raise with regards to the Mural outline plan. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I guess I'll get us started. So one thing I mentioned previously, and you heard it here today, or the rest of council and members of the audience heard it today, is that the phasing in of density is really important, at least to me, and I think it's something that we should be considering and making sure that we're being aware of. So one of my concerns about the development is the location of the R4 next to the large lot residential. I have no problem with an R4 being in that area. I think, I am largely pro-development, but I think we need to do it our way and do it appropriately. And I think if we can phase in some of these densities and make it not so intrusive to the neighboring properties, that would go a long way. So that is one of my concerns with it, and I'd like to see if there's any way to address that before we make a vote on it.
Thank you. I guess that leads to a larger procedural question that I'll throw over to Mr. Edney, Mr. Chandiok, with regards to what Councillor Grant is hinting at there. So he's asking a very specific with regards to an R4 and R3 with regards, and so there might be some other concerns or questions or suggestions that council may have given a particular piece of this proposed development. So how does that fit within the process with regards to proceeding with a second reading and or making recommendations, and what would be the nature of the recommendations that could then possibly delay what can you just talk a little bit about that process so there's a clear understanding for council with regards to that, Mr. Chandiok?
Through the chair, to the chair, I think if I'm contemplating it right, the question that you're asking me is how can the applicant address concerns for if council is concerned with the proposal. If that's the question, then council can talk about those concerns and then ask the applicant to take the application and revise it and bring it back in front of council. If there are specific items that you feel are not addressed, they can also be council can talk about those and identify those as concerns in the application. In terms of second reading, if council is not convinced that this is a plan that would work, council can defeat the second reading. If they're convinced that this is a good plan, it would work, they can vote yes on the second reading, third reading. Those are the options that council has. But I think in either case, if there are concerns that council feel are associated with the project or concerns that need to be addressed, they should be talked about at this point so that the applicant sort of get some idea surrounding what to address and bring back to council.
Thank you. Mostly answered my question. I guess what I'm seeking clarity on is how far do those suggestions go before you just can't do second reading because it's going to be there possibly could be such a change, right? So if you were going to change the look of something, or how far does that go before it becomes before a second reading could be defeated? But at the same time, there's suggestions made for a project to possibly come back for a future consideration. Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair to the chair, I don't necessarily think there is a number.
Okay.
To say that if you have 5 concerns, send the project back. Even if there's one concern and it's a big enough concern, then council can choose to send the project back. However, like I said, I mean, if council feels that this is a minor concern and could be addressed at a later stage of development, council can proceed with second reading, and we can take care of some of the minor concerns at the stage of subdivision and development. But if it's a major concern that council feels needs to be addressed at this point, maybe in terms of design or rezoning or whatever it may be, like Council Grant was just talking about R4 zoning, I think it needs to be brought forward and debated about. And if it's a big enough concern, then council can choose to defeat the second reading.
Okay, thank you. So to capture your question, Councillor Grant, is there a particular area then that you were concerned about the R4 to R3, or is there something maybe that, is there a particular area that you're looking at with that, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, the R4 designated spot, I think, is adjacent to the large lot rural. And I think if we could, again, I'm fine with it being there, but I think it needs to be pulled away, and that density needs to be phased in to those neighbors. In my opinion, something like that could probably go adjacent to a road, especially a road that's doesn't have a lot of walking traffic, I think, to the chagrin of some people on it. I think it'd be more appropriate where there's a road and it's an open field right now. So the impact on neighbors would be minimal if we did that. I think it would be, it's not affecting the UPA of the development. I think it's just doing it in a manner that is more in line with what our residents would like to see.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for getting the conversation started there, Councillor Grant. Opening it up for other councillors. Okay, I have one. One of the things that we talked a lot about was traffic and the traffic impact studies that were done and things like that. So a question that I would have is, as we look at a new development that is coming into a established area and that is bringing that will then bring new traffic, I'm wondering about the responsibility of the developer and or of the city with regards to providing safer non-car transportation in and around that neighborhood. So if we look at if we pull back and look at the greater scope of the area, and where we were to look at putting sidewalks, say if you made the development a giant square, but within that development there are parts that are not the developers, right? But should that development proceed, then you're going to be bringing more traffic and then more humans who are going to want to walk their dogs, right? They're going to want to be out. They're going to want to ride their bikes. They're going to want to take their kids out. Where does that responsibility lie with regards to kind of looking at the concept of the whole plan when there's areas that they don't own, for example, but there are going to be more humans and more traffic coming? Where does the interplay and how does council address that? Only a small question. Mr. Chaniak.
Through the chair, if the development is within the scope of the development, any potential changes would typically be developer's responsibility. Anything outside of the development area, depending on the need, so to say, and how much traffic is getting added, it's negotiations with developer on constructing offsite infrastructure. There is a possibility through the development agreement for us to get offsite infrastructure constructed if this development triggers something that's required to service this development and surrounding areas. Some projects are purely offsite levy basis, in which case the municipality will undertake those projects and recoup the cost through offsite levy payments. In other cases, if the need is triggered, the servicing needs are triggered through the project, then the developer would be responsible for constructing some of that infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll jump in with you on my concerns also about traffic. I know this side of the city very well, and as a lot of the residents have expressed, 241A, 281, East Lakeview Road are all busy, and The applicant indicated that they did do some traffic studies. However, I think there needs to be a little bit more done to show council and also our administration on what those traffic studies look like, because this is essentially nearly 500 homes with only one entrance on 281. That is a concern of mine, definitely. That's a busy road.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, since my microphone is still on, thank you, Mayor Dean. To that point, because those roads are busy, the walking paths along 241A and the green spaces along 281 are likely not the best places for kids to be playing. I think it would make more sense for that to be more inside the community than along those busy corridors.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter. My main concern is also around traffic. I think there's lack of plan for East Chestermere Drive. I'd like to see a bit more there. I don't know whose responsibility that be, if that's the city or the developer. I think more needs to be done there. And again, the interchange being, we don't know how, it takes like 15 to 20 years. And the uncertainty is a little troubling to me. So maybe a different plan looking at traffic would definitely help in helping me making my decision in a positive way.
Yes, thank you. In looking at the plan, I see what looks like it's probably going to be a park and then a sidewalk that goes up to the end of the development, then going along the rest of East Lakeview Road. So I think 3 of us here on council are asking the same question, and perhaps all 7 of us share the same question. So far, Deputy Mayor, Councilor Warzanowski, and myself have expressed that. So I guess that's going back to where that interplay comes in, like I was talking about, with regards to that piece where the sidewalk, it looks to me that it will stop. And what would that look like if it was attempted to be continued along East Lakeview Road? I might be able to help with this. I believe if you go to page, if you go to page 239 of our agenda package, if you go to page 239 of our agenda package, I can point out what I believe. I don't want to put words in the mouths of Deputy Mayor or Councillor Warzanowski, but
I'm on the same page.
That's
Literally.
That is not 239 that I have of my agenda package.
Page 19 of the presenter's presentation.
Yeah.
That's it.
There we go. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, right. So right beside where that MR park is, with 2530 meters squared. Park 1. Thank you. I didn't see the 1. Thank you. The Park 1. So I believe beside Park 1 there, that is a sidewalk. Is that correct? Or that's a right of way? Mr. Edney? Setback?
Sorry, I just jumped in. That's a pathway, right? An asphalt pathway to the left.
Yeah, through the chair. So that's a 9-meter wide right of way, but there is a plan for a sidewalk to be constructed within that right of way, which would be the developer's responsibility.
Right. And so then how does the city deal with the rest of East Lakeview Road? I believe is what the 3 of us are getting at. Mr. Cheniak?
Through the chair to council, when the north end of East Lakeview Road gets developed, typically it would form responsibility of that developer to construct that section, or city can front end that cost and recoup the cost from the developer down the line. The third option could be because it would need some road dedication, and in the absence of road dedication, it would be difficult for someone to sort of construct it. So for the most part, I think it would happen at the stage of next development when the northern end of that road gets constructed.
Okay. Yeah, because I hearken back to someone who used to sit in your position, whose quote I used to quote all the time, and I would get the side eye every time I said it. But similar to her quote, where cars just don't drive and then drive off a cliff because the map ends. Similar, people don't just walk and then walk off a cliff because the pathway ends. And so I think that's part of what we're getting at within that. I also wonder about, and this is what I was getting at with regards to scope and suggestions, and certainly wanting to stay out of the weeds. But one of the concerns that we heard from residents who live on the other side was with that 9-meter setback, and then now hearing about the asphalt path, the homes that are going along there, knowing that the MR designation, if you take out the pathway system, is below the 10% MR dedication. I'm wondering what it would look like if councillor or mayor was attempting to make a solution of what if that park was extended to the end there, so then all of a sudden the people that are across the street are now looking at a park as opposed to the homes as they were addressing. So I'm wondering where that lands in terms of a mayor bringing up a question/concern to administration with regards to this proposal. Mr. Chaniak.
Through the chair, that would be a suggestion for the developer to take back. I mean, anything that council is talking about right now in terms of their concerns, I would think that the developer is sort of taking a note of it, and would probably be able to address some of these concerns either through their presentation or, if not, then taking the plan back and revising it to address some of the concerns that council has and bringing back a revised plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments coming from council with regards to this presentation? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter, I have one question from this map. For in the beside the pond, there is. I'll be just looking up my colorful map here. So 45-inch detached homes. Yeah, that's the one. So right in front of is 30-inch, 30, not inch, I mean 30 feet R1 PRL. So to match for the beautification for the city, I'd be thinking should consider same to the front, like for both facing kind of similar. So it looks nice, like on a Marina Drive, we have both side on similar houses. So I think that lane, just one side, that should be considered to equal. So that is one back is to the pond, but the other one looks more planning. I think it looks good. And the park suggestion made in that is really good one, because then it looks more green space as well. So this is my suggestion for that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My last comment will be in regards to the storm pond, and if there's any policies, a question through you to administration. Our expert today, Mr. Chandiak, are there any provincial wetland policies or local wetland policies that have to be considered as we move forward with a potential second reading, or can some of those items be addressed at a later stage if this does get approved?
Mr. Chaniak?
Through the chair, my understanding is that the applicant is yet to seek Water Act approval. I mean, this is a proposal right now, but they have not necessarily sought Water Act approval. It's an approval required to disturb wetlands in any area, for example. And depending on contingent on province giving them the approval, there could be a possibility that this design could change. That's my understanding, because they just don't have that approval in place. If they had the approval in place, and if this was planned after the Water Act approval, it would be, I'd say, a little bit more firmer design. At this point, they don't have the Water Act approval. They did conduct 2 or 3 studies, wetland assessment studies, which was shared with province, and province has sort of provided some commentary on it, but the formal Water Act approval is still required. Once you have the Water Act approval, at that stage, it becomes a little bit more, you get a better idea surrounding, which areas can you actually develop on, which wetlands are developable and can be disturbed, which wetlands cannot be disturbed. So even with council according an approval, should council choose to do so to this plan, if the Water Act approval comes back negative or in a different way, there is a possibility that all of this may have to get revised at a later stage, including the zoning and the outline plan.
And where does the Ducks Unlimited approval fit within that as well? Because I know that it was mentioned within the documentation.
Sorry,
there was a Ducks Unlimited approval as well that's listed within the documentation.
Yes, that's a desktop study that the applicant provided. Again, that's a study provided by a consultant who identifies what kind of wetland it is, what classification does it fall into, and that's for our purpose. Those studies also have been, like I said, shared with province, but province still, needs to go through the formal process of granting approvals. So approvals are granted based on some of the studies. They've completed the desktop study. More information is required for province to approve the wetland in this area, or disturbance to wetlands in the area.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Wozinski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean, and thank you, Mr. Chandiak. Staying with Mr. Chandiak for a moment, thank you for explaining the requirements by the applicant in regards to the provincial requirements. As you know, we are currently looking at a lake and watershed management plan for the city. If this, again, gets to second and third reading, can I also I'll ask the question, if we want to make revisions to the stormwater park that's more consistent with that future strategic plan and potential future bylaw, we can make those adjustments at a later time. Similarly, like we would with any requirements that we'd have to do with the province.
Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair to Councillor Wozinski, if council grants an approval to this project, this rezoning today, and goes to form a watershed plan tomorrow, changing this approval would likely, I wouldn't say be not possible. It is always a possibility. It's council's discretion. But by rendering an approval, you've sort of granted the right to develop, so to say, to the applicant. And so it wouldn't be, like I said, it's not impossible, but it would be
challenging.
Challenging, yes, is the right word, I guess. However, when this plan firms up a little bit more, so if applicant was to go and seek Water Act approval and they change the design, and by that time, if council or the watershed committee has sort of firmed up their plans, then that can be taken into consideration before this gets brought back to council at a later date.
Thank you.
I apologize. I want to follow up on the comment that I had just made with regards to the Ducks Unlimited commentary that I made. I want to go back to, okay, so on our current agenda, it's in page 11 of the document. I have it as page 230 of our current, yep, stop right there. Yep, thank you. Section 5.4. A biophysical impact assessment was prepared and is available under separate cover. The report concludes that the ability to avoid impacting the existing wetlands is difficult. Therefore, a Ducks Unlimited compensation agreement will be obtained in order to mitigate the impacts. So this has been obtained or has not been obtained? I'm just confused from when I'd asked you the question before. And that could totally be on me in regards to how I framed the question, but this is something that stood out to me when I read this document. Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, when I read this line, again, I have not seen the agreement per se, but to me it says it will be obtained, so I don't think it has been obtained yet. The applicant is here, they could provide some clarification surrounding it, but I don't think that has happened yet. What it definitely says that is that there will be impacts to existing wetlands, and so an agreement would be required. I don't think it has been obtained yet.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Okay, so with that, council, I believe that there are, I'll go back to administration, I believe that there are two ways that we could handle this. We either propose second reading and see how second reading lands and see if there's amendments that people want to make, or we kick it back to administration to bring back more information for second reading. I will share my thoughts. I think the things that we have brought up and addressed are material in nature. I think we've brought up some pretty big items that I am not sure could be addressed, but I guess I would turn to administration as this falls under your work, really, and we rely and appreciate your expertise in a lot of these areas. So in my humble opinion, it seems like we've brought up some pretty material ideas and concerns. I would love to hear from administration how you feel with regards to the scope of concerns that this council has raised over the past few minutes. Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair, if the concerns primarily are surrounding getting more information in terms of we don't have this information on table for us to be able to make a decision, I think it would be appropriate for council to give us some time to get that information, bring it forward. If the concerns are surrounding site design in terms of, as Councillor Randhawa mentioned, a change a particular type of zoning to a different one, or change the frontage on Eastview Road, to a different typology or different style of development, then I think it would be a design change, at which point I think council can choose to refer it back and ask the applicant to come forward with a better design, which would ultimately mean defeating the second reading.
Okay. With that, council, I am going to propose that we put the second reading on the floor and open for debate and go from there. So, can I have a councillor? First of all, we'll just make the motion to provide second reading. You guys are blinking over there. Did I skip you? Sorry. Go to the ledge services. I'm not sure who's jumping in. I just saw the light. I apologize.
Through the chair, the item being discussed right now is the mural outline plan. So if you would like to bring second reading to the table, we would have to lift that from the table first.
Right. Mr. Chandiok?
Through the chair, I think the motion for the outline plan was only for council to accept it as information. And council can choose to refuse that. If the idea is that there are material changes, and then consider the rezoning, which ideally should follow the same path as the outline plan. If council is open to getting some more information back, then the idea would be to table this or ask administration to bring some more information back before council accepts it for information.
Okay, so my thoughts are, we've given a lot of thoughts with regards to the outline plan, and I would really rather avoid having the same conversation twice. So what I think we should do is, at this time, I would recommend that for item 8.1.6, we accept the presentation for information. Okay, so can I have the motion to accept 8.1.6 for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Let's move the council accept the mural outline plan dated November 2025 as shown in attachment A for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. With that, can I have the motion, please, to lift from the table item 8.1 point, it would be 8.1.7. Not sure.
Through your chair, that item is from the January 27th item, so it would have to be that specific number from that agenda package. So it's 8.1.4.
Okay. Councillor Grant?
I move that council lift from the table agenda item 8.1.4 being bylaw 029-25 mural land use bylaw amendment from the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So I feel like, again, I'm not sure I'm interested in having the same conversation twice. And so with that, I'm going to recommend that we make the motion for second reading, and then if people want to make amendments or suggestions on amendments, we open it up for debate and then see how it goes from there. So, Council, first of all, I'll ask the question if anyone has any concerns with the current wording for the motion that I'm going to be calling for. Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 029-25, being the Mural land use bylaw amendment.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to comment that I do think that this was a thoughtfully presented plan, and I appreciate the way that it was brought forward. Another thing I like about it is getting servicing to this area, because I think that these acreages deserve servicing, and I think we should be getting servicing closer to Chestermere High so that those students get the same access eventually that the rest of our students do. There are things that we've brought up in this that, to me, I think are pretty significant, that those intangibles that make it not feel so much like Chestermere and the lifestyle that we have. And so I just wanted to give those comments, but also a thank you for the way it was brought forward.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Councillor Sample. I share in those sentiments. As I mentioned before this motion was presented, I don't know if council is open or whether the presentation is strong enough to go forward with the second reading, because transportation, zoning, setbacks, neighbors, and water remain outstanding concerns of this council. So whether it goes to second reading or whether we make those amendments, I think there's some time that has to pass to get those items resolved to satisfy council's concerns.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Thank you. Yes, I would agree with both statements that were made. There's certainly some advantages, especially some of the servicing options that exist, and so yes, I would thank you, council, for those comments. Final chance, comments, questions from council. Call for the vote. And the motion is defeated by a majority of vote. Thank you. With that then, I believe now we only have one more item that is on our agenda for today, and that is bylaw 006-25, being the business license amendment bylaw, being presented by Mr. Satchaniak.
Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, members of council. Medine, for the record, my name is Sachin Liuk, Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure Division at the city. This is following the amendment that council approved for short-term rentals in the city. This afternoon, council approved the use short-term rentals and the fact that it would be allowed in certain districts of the land or throughout the city. Those districts primarily being low-density residential district. This is a follow-up amendment to the business licensing bylaw. Council did ask administration to bring forward a business licensing bylaw, full rewrite of it in July, which we're working on. This is more so to just add short-term rentals as a use, as a business identity in the current business licensing bylaw. What the purpose of this is to ensure that any of the business short-term rentals in the city that get approved also take a business license. And if they do not take a business license, then we have some level of enforcement capability to be able to deal with non-business license short-term rentals. It's a straightforward amendment. All we're doing is adding the definition of short-term rental in the business license bylaw and amending Schedule A to add fees for short-term rentals. Again, this is not the full-fledged amendment that Council is expecting in July. That will still happen. This is an interim solution to ensure that all the short-term rentals in the city, whatever applications we get, are able to operate legally. And we also get some extra enforcement capability to be able to deal with illegal, unauthorized short-term rentals in the city. That's what this amendment is. I'm happy to answer any questions if Council has any.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from Council? Councillor Grant? Oh, sorry. Ms. White?
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. We just need a motion to lift this from the December 9th Council meeting.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to lift from the table, please?
While I'm here,
Councillor Grant?
I move that council lift from the table agenda item 6.34.5. Sorry, 6.4.5 from the December 9th, 2025 meeting, being the bylaw 006-25 business license bylaw amendment.
Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do have some thoughts about this as we talked about secondary suites, and I wonder if secondary suites should be added to the business bylaw as well. I mean, we talk about income being generated, right? So I feel like it might be a business, and is it something we want to regulate a little more? Open for debate.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I think we should deal with the one on the floor first and then see if we want to go to something else. So right now we're just adding this one because we could do another amendment. But that's going to be an entire process in terms of like definition and. And given the fact that we haven't passed the secondary suite, I think we could reopen this after we pass. Let's get through secondary suites first because we've only done second reading. So why don't we wait till we finish third reading, then we know what our secondary suites bylaw is going to be, then we could look at adding it to our business bylaw. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think that's fine. I do agree with you. I think my question is, how do we get here with just short-term rentals when obviously there were other items that maybe I shouldn't say obviously because maybe it wasn't obvious, but I don't know where we had an opportunity to provide feedback into what we should add to the business bylaw. So I'm unsure why just short-term rentals are coming instead of many items.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Chaniak had just clarified that, but just to maybe reiterate, that is coming back. So the whole business bylaw for entire feedback is coming back for us.
So why did we just choose this one now?
Because we're choosing this one now because administration was anticipating that if we passed short-term rentals today, to add it to the bylaw today. So then it's done. So because we've now added a new bylaw for short-term rentals.
Sure.
So now that that's added, this gives them the opportunity to start doing that tomorrow, should we pass this. That's why this is coming. And then the entire bylaw is coming back in the next couple of months.
Okay.
That's why. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. the net result will probably be the same. It may not even matter. I mean, it's immaterial at this point, though I am kind of on side with Councillor Grant. And if we're looking to add short-term rentals today because we were expecting a potential approval of that bylaw, I'd suggest that we should also do the same for secondary suites. We are at second reading. We have that opportunity, and we don't have to go to third. We can provide that feedback to administration. They can come back to us and define everything we need to in regards to secondary suites, lump that in with short-term rentals, and we get the third reading and potentially approve it if council so decides to do so.
Thank you. I'm not for that. I think that we've done a really good job of trying to keep secondary suites and short-term rentals as separate. We've done that from the get-go. We've handled them as two separate items along the way. And I would support administration's recommendation at this time to add short-term rentals to the business bylaw as suggested. And then because we've only done second reading, we still have to do third reading. So it's not even a bylaw yet until we do third reading. After it becomes third reading, then add it to the business bylaw. And the timeline's almost going to match up because we were looking at end of March anyway, right? So the timeline's almost going to match up perfectly anyway with the work we've already suggested. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through to council. Mr. Chania, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the difference with a secondary suite is there's no explicit implication of a financial transaction happening there. I could put a secondary suite in my basement and have my son live there, or my parents. So I'm not necessarily sure a business license is applicable to a secondary suite.
Sorry, I'm going to bring this back. We're
Short-term-
debating something that's not on the agenda. So I'm going to bring this back. I think we should deal with short-term rentals right now. And if we want to deal with that one after, I just feel like we're debating something that's not even on the agenda right now.
Okay, I'm just saying don't add that to this then.
I agree. Yes. Okay. So can I have the motion for first reading for bylaw 006-25, the business bylaw, being the business bylaw amendment? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 006-25 being the business license bylaw amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading for bylaw 06-25, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 006-25 being the business license bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a motion to give permission to proceed with third and final reading? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Let's move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading of bylaw number 006-25 being the business license bylaw amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the motion for third and final reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council gave third and final reading to bylaw number 006-25 being the business license bylaw amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you. Now, I don't want to let this moment die. I just want to make sure that we're handling them going back. So I wonder, Councillor Grant, would you want a motion along the lines of council's direct administration to explore the implications of adding secondary suites to the business licensing bylaw? So they might come back and say, this is a really bad idea, don't do it. Right? But this is us directing them to do that so that we don't lose sight of, we can open up for debate. I just want to check and see if that wording would fit with what you had been requesting, Councillor Grant.
Yes, Mayor Dean, I think that'd be fine. I am accepting of that for sure.
Okay. So wording on the motion, and we can debate the motion after. So Councillor Worzanowski, is yours about the wording of the motion?
Yes.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and to Councillor Grant and the rest of council. Should we all, I know it may be premature as we are with secondary suites, should we also be considering this for shared accommodation or what we call boarding houses as well, because there's a financial implication that I would suggest be part of this motion.
So you just want to add secondary suites and boarding houses?
Yes.
Yeah, why not? I don't think that's harmful at all, right?
And we're just
doing it all at the
asking.
same time.
We're just
right?
asking.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, just comments on the wording of the motion. Councillor Schindler?
So I'm seeing the slippery slope here. Should we then also add all rentals? Because we're talking basically about renting a house or renting a domicile. So now we're going boarding houses, secondary suites. Now we should add in rental houses as well.
Mr. Chandio.
Through the chair, to Councillor Schindler, we don't necessarily have a use called rental housing. We've just created a use, we've just presented a use to council for boarding houses, which is where you regulate 3 or more renters in a house. We don't necessarily have a use in the land use bylaw that regulates 1 or 2 renters. So if the idea is that we are now going to start regulating every renter in the community or that use, everybody who's renting a portion of their house, we can explore it. My first thoughts on it is it's going to be difficult to enforce, and now we're going to every house to figure out whether or not someone is a renter. Going back to the same conversation that we were having earlier this morning, parents and kids, if kids pay their parents, renters, some rent to live in the house, are we now starting to, issue business licenses for that as well? So again, I agree with Councillor Schindler, it's a slippery slope, and it's a balancing act as to where do we want to be in terms of regulating development versus giving out business licenses for any and everything that's happening in the municipality.
Okay, thank you. Again, wording on the motion, because I think we're going to debate the motion here in a moment, if the motion ends up getting made even. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the language on this needs to be much broader because I'm introducing another one now. I've had on the council priorities spreadsheet the idea of absenteeism and absentee landlords and property management companies running whole apartments and that kind of thing. I think that's something we need to explore, those true revenue properties. To me, secondary suites and boarding houses, not so much. But how can we open up that language so that we can talk about more of these types of situations?
Councillor Worzanowski?
Yes, Mayor Dean, and yes, Councillor Schindler and Councillor Sambo, I'm glad you brought up those points. There are plenty of properties that are renting out a spot on their driveway, or who knows what part. They're renting their fire pit for a night. And how far down the rabbit hole do we go? If it's not enforceable, it's not worth even talking about. But maybe we can dress up this motion to something that is within enforcement. And secondary suites certainly, boarding houses certainly, and maybe some extensions of that. I think administration, without us debating this motion too much more, understands the spirit of what we're asking for. And as we move forward with the review of this business bylaw, maybe there's some considerations that that administration can bring back to us.
Okay, here's what I think. I think that, and I'm glad that this went the way that it did, I think that this motion is far too large to be an organic motion that's coming right now. And I had sort of sneakily anticipated it was going to do this, which I'm happy it did. So Councillor Grant, what I would encourage you to do is utilizing our notice of motion within our procedural bylaw, find a buddy who will support you on this on council, and then bring forward a notice of motion much larger with regards to this that we could bring to a council meeting to debate around the notice of motion to bring forward. So I would suggest we actually not make this motion today. It's too organic, it's too messy, it's too big, and I would suggest that any councillor that's interested, it can't be more than 2, but just any councillor that's interested in bring forward a notice of motion with regards to this, I would recommend following that legislative procedure from this so that you can go away and we can be really crystal clear on what we're asking administration to do, because I just feel like this is just getting too messy as an organic motion. So that would be my recommendation for this, which doesn't need a motion. It just needs councillors to go away and write up a notice of motion, which I am confident Legislative Services would be more than happy to help said councillor with, since for some of our council members, this would be the first time they've ever written a notice of motion. I see nodding and smiles and half glares from Legislative Services right now. That means they support this idea. Good. Mr. Edney, your light was blinking, but are you good then, Mr. Edney?
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just through you to council, there is a motion for us to bring back the business bylaw.
Yep.
Like, would you like to just see what we bring back with additions and have discussion at that time? This sounds like an onerous process for us to look at things we're already looking at.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you understand the spirit.
Sorry.
Councillor Warzanowski.
You really want to do a notice of motion, don't you?
Well, I guess what I would say is that, to be fair to the comment from our CAO, yes, but this wasn't even contemplated at that time. And we're trying to bring forward this organic piece that all of a sudden had 7 different attachments to it. It's a bit of an octopus that's kind of going all over the place with tentacles that could go everywhere. And I would like to encourage our council to follow the notice of motion process to bring it back instead of having administration trying to wade through those tentacles that exist. However, if our CAO is saying no, our administration would way rather try and wade through all of this, and it's crystal clear what you're looking for, but that was not what I was hearing, in fairness, from your director. Your director started to point out some ideas, and I was feeling that even on council, we weren't feeling like it was clear. So my preference as chair would that it would become through the notice of motion, but if your preference as CAO is that you want to handle the messiness of that, okay, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. If you prefer the notice of motion, that works perfectly
I prefer the
fine
notice of motion
too. Yeah, I'll save my next comments for when we bring it back.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, we don't need any other action on this item unless somebody. Okay, good. Okay. With that, I think that we have come to the end of our agenda. Can I have the motion, please, to adjourn the meeting, Councillor Rondawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 3:02 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. If we want to do a debrief, we'll meet you in the office. If not,